You're watching CNN. I'm Allison Cossack in New York. President Biden is in South Korea, kicking off his first trip to Asia since taking office. He joined the new South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol at a Samsung semiconductor plant. In a display of unity, the main goal of his trip is to reassure America's Asian allies of its commitment to counter and contain China. The president is also bracing for the possibility of a nuclear test by North Korea. Mr. Biden will go on to visit Japan later in his trip. I want to bring in Paula Hancock. She joins us live now from Seoul. Paula, as Biden arrives in Seoul, all eyes, they're turned toward North Korea and toward China. What message do you expect the president will try to send to these countries?
Well, Alison, the main message he's trying to give by simply being here is that he is standing by his allies. He wants this to be an economic partnership trip. He's certainly starting it off in that respect as well by starting at that Samsung semiconductor plant just after he landed. Now, there has been a severe shortage of semiconductors in the chips in the United States. It's certainly hurt American manufacturing. It's something that President Biden himself has been very focused on. And so this is really the message he was giving, that there would be more economic partnership with the South Koreans. And certainly the message to China is the fact that they have been hurt badly by the supply chain issues. COVID, he pointed out, was certainly something that has shown the fragility of the supply chain when it comes to elements like this. And he also brought it back to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, saying again that did hurt the supply chain and that they should not be working with partners they didn't share values with.
Putin's brutal and unprovoked war in Ukraine has further spotlighted the need to secure our critical supply chains so that our economy, our economic and our national security are not dependent on countries that don't share our values.
Now, Samsung will also be building a $17 billion plant in Texas in the United States. Another reason why this is where President Biden started his trip here. Meeting for the first time the new South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol. Now, certainly economic partnership will be one of the key things they'll talk about at their summit on Saturday, tomorrow. But clearly, North Korea will be top of the agenda as well. It always does seem to make sure that it is being talked about when anyone important comes to the region. US and South Korean intelligence saying that they both believe that it could be imminent, another missile launch. It could be an intercontinental ballistic missile, according to intelligence sources as well. Now, this hasn't happened before, that there was some kind of missile launch while a US president was in the country. It usually happens just before or just afterwards to give some kind of message. But we are hearing from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan that they believe it may happen while or during or after President Biden's trip, saying that they do have contingency plans if that were to happen, and they know exactly how they would react. They have spoken to their allies about that. So while clearly this is a reassurance of allegiances, of alliances, and President Biden showing that he is able to concentrate on Asia at the same time as concentrating on Ukraine, it is also inevitably going to be talking about the two perceived threats for the United States in the region, and that is China and North Korea. Alison?
Certainly would be brazen if North Korea did carry out that test. Paula Hancock's live from Seoul. Thanks very much. The United States has been the world's leading maritime power for decades, but China and North Korea are increasingly flexing their military muscles, triggering changes in the international security environment. CNN's Blake Essig reports aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln off the coast of Japan as the U.S. looks to reassure allies and maintain a free and open Indo-Pacific.
If you ask United States 7th Fleet Commander Carl Thomas, this is what deterrence looks and sounds like.
Deterrence to date has worked, and I'm hopeful that it continues to work, but my job is to be prepared in case it doesn't.
For the past several months, the U.S. Navy carrier Strike Group 3, led by the USS Abraham Lincoln and armed with the U.S. Navy's most advanced fighter wing, has conducted joint drills with allies like Japan and patrolled the waters of the Indo-Pacific.
being out here operating as a very visible, a very agile, dynamic force, there's no better way to provide the deterrence that we need in this part of the region.
This aircraft carrier brings massive firepower to the region. Its purpose to project power, increase security, and serve as a deterrent to countries like China, North Korea, and Russia. But in a part of the world seemingly more unstable by the day, the effectiveness of a carrier strike group like this as a deterrence to adversaries has been called into question.
We need to have a more robust, like-minded states coalition. Because China's rise is now the global phenomenon.
A reality that isn't lost on Quad member states, a coalition made up of the United States, Japan, Australia, and India, whose leaders are set to meet in Tokyo early next week. With South Korea watching from the sidelines, member states are likely to discuss a unified response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the recent flurry of weapons tests conducted by North Korea, and of course, China.
One of the things that China doesn't have is friends and allies. They have subjects. We have friends and allies who want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the United States.
Well, the Quad isn't a NATO-like mutual defense commitment. Continuing to upgrade security cooperation between Quad member states and other like-minded nations in this region is extremely important to maintaining maritime security.
But according to Cleo Pascal, an Indo-Pacific strategic specialist, the key to combating China's rise isn't necessarily through military strength.
By the time you get to the military part, you're almost too late. You don't want to cut off China militarily. You want to block its influence politically and economically first.
However, as China and Russia work to strengthen their own military alliance in the region, Rear Admiral J.T. Anderson says the U.S.'s presence, along with the strength of its allies, has proven to be an effective deterrent. Nevertheless, if that deterrent fails,
our job is to fight and win, period.
An outcome no one wants, but one the U.S. military and its allies must prepare for. Blake Essig, CNN, on board the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Philippine Sea.
It is hell there. Those are the words of Ukrainian President Zelensky during his nightly address Thursday, saying Russia has completely destroyed the Donbass. Mr. Zelensky also said a Russian missile strike in the village of Desna killed civilians. According to him, Russian forces are making a deliberate and criminal attempt to kill as many Ukrainians as possible. It's a different story in Kharkiv, where President Zelensky says Ukrainian troops continue to advance to liberate the region. But he also noted Ukraine's monthly budget deficit is now $5 billion, stressing that his government needs financial support. Now to the human cost of this war. Sarah Seidner brings us this heartbreaking report on the people picking up the pieces of their lives after a Russian missile strike in Odessa.
The moment a Russian missile slammed into an apartment building on Easter weekend in Odessa. Yuri Glodin's family was inside, waiting for him to return from the grocery store. On the way home, that's when I heard an explosion. I felt immediately something bad had happened. I tried to call my wife. She did not answer. When he got there, chaos. Police and EMS had arrived. He and a bystander ran in to try and find his family. We began to clear away the rubble, and this is how, alongside EMS staff, we were able to find the bodies of my family, all murdered. First, they found his mother-in-law Ludmila's body, then his wife's body, but his 3-month-old daughter was missing. They were being told to leave for fear of a building collapse. I was constantly shouting, he says, "There is still a child up there. Did you find the child or not?" Eventually, they found her little body lifeless. He returned to find her blood-soaked baby stroller the next day. It's hard to live with this. My family was my whole life. I lived for their sake. When my baby came along, I understood the meaning of life, he says. 19-year-old Alexei can't believe he is still alive. He was in the same apartment complex. The explosion sent slabs of scorching hot concrete and shrapnel into his body. I realized that a rocket had hit my place and I started to burn, he says. I thought another minute and I would definitely turn into ash. I felt everything. 20% of his body was burned, his hands, arms, and back. Jagged pieces of shrapnel had to be removed from his legs as well. He cannot do simple things for himself at the moment, but he is thankful for simply being alive. It's a miracle for everyone, for me as well, he says. Before the blast, he was preparing to take to the seas and work on a commercial supply ship. Now, he's just practicing walking again. His neighbor, once surrounded by family, now walks alone. We used to walk in the park when my wife was pregnant. Every place he now goes in Odessa, a reminder of what a Russian missile took from him, his wife, child, and mother-in-law, now dead and buried. With each deadly strike, a new and terrible story is born in Ukraine. Sarah Seidner, CNN, Odessa.
The lawyer for the Russian soldier standing trial in Kyiv for a war crime says Russia is to blame for the war and not the man who's in the dock. Vadim Shishimarin has already pleaded guilty to shooting an unarmed Ukrainian civilian. The trial has been adjourned until Monday. Let's bring in CNN's Melissa Bell. She is live for us from Kyiv. Melissa, I know the trial is done for the week. We are on day 3. What happened in the latest court proceedings?
Well, it's been just an extraordinary week in that courtroom since what we've had painted for us, not just through the testimony given by Vadim Shishimarin, the defense provided by his lawyer, the prosecution's case laying out the facts of it, but also the testimony of another soldier who was with Shishimarin that day is essentially a picture of some of the chaos from the Russian side of those early days of the invasion. The bare facts of the case very briefly, Vadim Shishimarin, it's understood that he and several other soldiers were traveling in a tank division that was heading across the Russian border when it hit a mine. He and several other soldiers, according to the prosecution's case, then escaped from that tank column in a stolen car, arrived in a village not terribly far from the Russian border, saw an unarmed civilian who was on his phone and outside his house, and Vadim Shishimarin shot him. Now, what we've learned from what was happening inside that car is that it was an order that he was given to shoot the civilian for fear that he might report them. Both soldiers explaining that really it had been a scene of panic. Vadim Shishimarin had resisted the order, but it had been given in such a way that he could not refuse. And essentially that is the nub also of the defense's case, that these young soldiers didn't really know what they were going in to do, and that's something Vadim Shishimarin said in his very poignant exchanges yesterday with that civilian's widow, that they were told to head in with their column and they did not know what would follow. Here is what Vadim Shishimarin's defense lawyer had to say in court today.
The leadership of the Russian Federation is to blame for this war, not this boy. He was trying to save his own life, especially from the threat that came from his fellow servicemen.
So we will find out on Monday, at the end of an extraordinary week in that courtroom, Alison, and having listened to that widow cross-examine Vadim Shishimarin, it was really very emotional, asking him about how he felt. He's expressed his remorse, he's expressed his regret, but he is facing life in jail, and that is what we will find out on Monday. We will get both the verdict of the court and the sentence that the 21-year-old will face.
And until then, we will talk to you on Monday. Melissa Bell, live for us from Kyiv. Thanks so much. Finland's main gas company says Russian gas supplies to Finland will halt on Saturday morning. Gazprom said it will keep its customers supplied with natural gas from other sources after that. The CEO says the company has been preparing. Earlier this week, Gazprom said it would not pay for Russian gas in rubles or use a scheme proposed by Russia's Gazprom to convert euros to rubles. Coming up, rising recession fears. How great is the risk? Moody's Analytics chief economist will join us with insight. Plus, monkeypox alert. The rare disease now appearing in a number of countries, including here in the U.S. Details next. Welcome back. I'm Allison Cossack. U.S. stock futures are higher after the Chinese central bank unexpectedly cut a key interest rate. Futures for the tech-heavy NASDAQ are up right now about 1.25%. S&P futures, they're rising as well after the index came close to falling into a bear market. European markets are also gaining amid hopes that China's decision will boost the world's second biggest economy. In Asia, we saw green arrows across the board, the Hang Seng jumping 3%, and South Korea's Kospi closing up about 2%. Christine Romans joins us now. I am so happy it's Friday. I don't know about you. What a week for Wall Street. But what's interesting is not much has changed since that massive sell-off on Wednesday till today, except for that rate cut in China. It feels like investors really want to grab onto anything positive.
Yeah, and maybe just a bounce, quite honestly. You know, just sometimes when you get a lot of, big down days, you have a little bit of bargain hunting, and maybe that's what we're seeing here. The S&P 500 has avoided, for now, by a whisper, that official bear market territory. There are plenty of people, though, who think that that is all but but inevitable, Allison, that you're going to see a bear market there. We're almost there, and you tend to see investors kind of take a run for something like that and make that mark happen. How shallow it will be, we don't know. Will it cause a recession, or does it portend a recession? No one knows for sure what's going to happen next, which is why this market has been just so wild. But, you know, this hasn't been a yo-yo market. This has been really a slow-mo, lower-moving market for much of the year as investors really grapple with a whole new playing field here of higher interest rates, inflation. Can central banks get it right? And can we get COVID behind us? Oh, yeah, and then there's a war in Europe as well. So just a lot of cross currents, Allison.
Yeah, and you speak about those cross currents and you wonder what could be the next catalyst for Wall Street to sort of accept those cross currents at this point, know that they're going to be hanging around for a while and move higher. What do you see next as sort of the next driver?
I think we'll be really looking at all these earnings reports. Remember, it was Walmart and Target that really sparked so much of that unease about what's happening with the consumer and how corporate profits and margins, by the way, margins over the past decade have gotten so fat for big companies. I mean, shareholders have just been relishing these big margins that companies have been passing on higher costs to their consumers, and the consumers keep shopping and they kept earning money. And then this week we started to see some signs that maybe those margins couldn't stay so fat forever. And that's what really got things tumbling on the downside. So we've got a lot more earnings to get through that really paint the picture for how 2 years into COVID, into this new world of supply chains that must be made more resilient. That's going to take investments. That's going to take time. We're going to have to redraw the global energy map. That's going to take investment. That's going to take time. We could have, for American consumers, we have a period of high energy prices. That's going to weigh on consumer sentiment. So there's just so much going on here. I would say the next thing to really watch are these earnings and what these companies are telling us about this, this new brave new world.
Great context, Christine. Christine Romans, thanks so much.
Have a great weekend, Allison.
You too. And these are the stories making headlines around the world. Health officials in the U.S. are investigating a confirmed case of monkeypox in Massachusetts, plus a suspected case in New York. There have been dozens more cases in several other regions around the world where the virus is not usually common, including Canada, Great Britain, Italy, and Spain. CNN health reporter Jacqueline Howard joins me live now from Atlanta, Georgia. Great to see you, Jacqueline. I'm wondering, what are health officials saying then about this infection? Should we be concerned?
Allison, CDC officials that I've talked to say that there is scientific concern, but for us, for the public, no need to worry, no need to panic. But there are two reasons why scientists are investigating this and taking a close look. CDC official Dr. Jennifer McQuiston told me that one of those reasons is because these cases are occurring outside of a region in the world where they normally are seen. Have a listen.
This is a very unusual situation. Monkeypox is normally only reported in West Africa or Central Africa, and we don't see it in the United States or in Europe. And the number of cases that are being reported is definitely outside the level of normal for what we would see.
So we heard there, Allison, she said this is outside the level of normal that we would normally see. And the second reason why scientists are concerned with monkeypox, we typically see the virus spread from animals to humans. The virus was first identified in the late 1950s, and it was found in lab monkeys. That's why it was named monkeypox. And since then, we've seen transmission mostly from rodents to humans. But with these cases, the CDC official told me that some of them appear to be spread among people. So we are seeing human-to-human transmission, and that's why there is this level of scientific concern. Now, overall, monkeypox is still rare, no need to panic. But again, because this is happening at a level that's abnormal, because it's seen outside of the region of the world where it's typically found, and because we might be seeing human-to-human spread, all of those reasons are why scientists are investigating this. Allison?
Okay, Jacqueline Howard, thanks very much. A setback in China in battling the latest COVID outbreak. Shanghai is reporting 3 new cases outside quarantine areas after local officials declared the city had eliminated community spread. And in Beijing, 2 large districts have been partially locked down after clusters of COVID cases were detected. North Korean state media are reporting that the country's so-called fever cases have surpassed 2 million since late April. The secretive nation is scrambling to contain a COVID outbreak, which it claims began 2.5 years after the virus was detected globally. CNN's Will Ripley looks at how North Korea's outbreak has spread so quickly.
The mood was triumphant, the crowd massive, most people not wearing masks. At last month's military parade in Pyongyang, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un promised to protect his people from hostile forces like the U.S. Protection from the virus that would soon ravage his unvaccinated population? Non-existent. Weeks later, a devastating fever, believed to be undiagnosed COVID-19, infecting and killing some of Pyongyang's most privileged citizens.
The military parade was a super spreader event, and we know that they flew in citizens from across North Korea.
Some of those citizens from the Chinese border region, a place I visited 5 years ago. North Koreans are living a literal stone's throw away from the raging Omicron outbreak in China. Beijing pledged to help Pyongyang battle the outbreak. The Hermit Kingdom's hermetically sealed border apparently breached by the highly contagious variant. 2 years of pandemic isolation, 2 years of sacrifice, gone in one parade.
That's the perfect petri dish for this virus to spread. So I think that parade will go down in history as a very bad idea for North Korea.
A colossal miscalculation, and experts say the likely cause of North Korea's explosive outbreak. An unprecedented nationwide lockdown, skyrocketing infections and deaths, a dilapidated healthcare system on the verge of collapse, lacking even the most basic medicines and medical equipment. Millions of malnourished North Koreans at higher risk of severe infection.
I think it's going to test his leadership, certainly, and it's going to create some urgency for very creative storytelling in the North Korean propaganda apparatus.
North Korean propaganda, crucial to keeping the Kim family in power, even during times of crisis, like the deadly famine of the late 1990s, when citizens literally ate tree bark to survive. The Kims rule over a police state that relies on heavy surveillance, restricted movement, and brutal political prison camps.
They strengthened social controls because they had the fear that, if there is an outbreak, if there is a crisis, that was what happened in the 1990s, that, the police, the secret police, the military, they all went hungry.
Now, they're getting sick. State media says around 2 million fever cases in 1 week. A crisis of Kim's own creation, potentially devastating hardship for the North Korean people. Will Ripley, CNN, Taipei.
Stay with CNN. The Market Open is next. Welcome back. I'm Allison Cossack in New York, and there you have it. U.S. markets are up and running. The Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ all recovering some ground this morning at the end of another volatile week that included Wednesday's big sell-off of the Dow losing 1,100 points. This Friday, the Chinese central bank cut a key interest rate, giving a boost to investor sentiment around the world. Meantime, shares of another U.S. retailer are tumbling. We're watching shares of Ross stores. They're under pressure after disappointing earnings. But Foot Locker, as you can see, is jumping after its quarterly profit beat Wall Street estimates. Joining us now, Mark Zandi. He's the chief economist at Moody's Analytics. Great to have you with us today, Mark.
Hi, Allison.
So we have been watching the market getting crushed. You know, it's not just the market, though. It's, you know, from Wall Street to Main Street. The big worry here is a possible recession. So how high is our risk of recession here in the U.S.?
Well, I'd say uncomfortably high, Allison. I put the odds at about 1 in 3 over the next year and close to even odds over the next 2 years. I mean, we're grappling with very high, painfully high inflation, and the Fed is working really hard to get that inflation down, but that means higher interest rates, and that, of course, creates all kinds of adjustments to the stock market and to the housing market and to the broader economy. So it's a pretty tricky time. And, of course, adding to the complexity of it all is that the pandemic is still on. It's still creating havoc in places like China and scrambling supply chains. And, of course, the Russian invasion of Ukraine is still creating havoc in oil and other commodity markets. So there's a lot going on here, so the risks are awfully high.
Yeah, we talk about a lot of cross currents going on, and the Fed somehow has to get a handle on this, and everyone's questioning whether or not the Fed's going to be successful in this so-called soft landing. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, I think they're up to the task. You know, I still think better than even odds that we navigate through, and that's partly that I think that the Fed will be able to calibrate monetary policy. That is, raise interest rates just enough, slow growth, bring down inflation, but not raise rates so far, so fast that it undermines economic activity. And I'm also assuming and expecting that the worst of the pandemic is behind us, and that, you know, we'll have new waves of the virus, but each wave will be less disruptive than the previous one, and that the worst of the economic fallout from the Russian invasion is also behind us. So, you know, we need a little bit of luck here on the pandemic and the fallout from the Russian invasion, and you know, some deft policymaking by the Fed. But I think they're up to the task. But it'll be a close call.
I'm curious what you're going to be watching. What leading indicators will you keep an eye on as you gauge whether, you know, when this downturn could come? You know, as we watch all these factors play out.
Well, a whole bunch of indicators. I'll point out one, Allison, and that's consumer confidence. You know, the consumers are pretty dour right now. I mean, they've been through a lot. The high inflation is really wearing on the collective psyche. High oil prices and food prices is really making people dour. And of course, you know, 2 years of the pandemic is really weighed on sentiment. But the real leading indicator here is if sentiment collapses, if it falls very sharply in a 2-3 month period. That's because at the end of the day, a recession is a loss of faith, you know, faith that I'm going to hold on to my job as a consumer and I'll pull back, a faith as a business person that if I produce something that there'll be somebody out there to buy it. So sentiment is really, really important at turning points. So if we see a big decline in sentiment for 2-3 months, I think that would be an indication we're going into recession.
Some may say by watching earnings, let's say from Target and Walmart, we're sort of seeing the canary in the coal mine as far as how the consumer feels. At the same time, we're seeing home improvement chains like Home Depot and Lowe's. They're looking strong. So we are seeing this disparity in how the consumer is acting, though.
Yeah, I think consumers so far, they're hanging in there. You know, they haven't lost faith. I mean, there's lots of jobs. Unemployment is low. Debt service is low. You know, they're in good shape. I think what we're seeing among the retailers is they're grappling with the high inflation. They're grappling with the fact that what they're buying is now costing a lot more. They're grappling with the high diesel prices because of the cost of shipping goods around. They're grappling with the higher wage costs. So it's cutting into their earnings. I think overall spending is just fine, at least so far. So far the consumers in the game, and as long as they are, we're going to remain recession free. But that's why we have to keep all eyes on the consumer.
Crystal ball this for me. This time next year, May of 2023, what do you see for inflation, you know, food and car prices, and even the housing market? How are things going to look a year from now?
I expect them to be lower. I mean, I think the worst of the supply chain disruption should be behind us. We'll get more vehicle production, which will mean that we'll get vehicle prices down. I think the worst of the Russian invasion will be behind us. I think oil prices, and then we'll get more supply because of these higher prices, creating profits for the energy companies. We'll produce more oil, and we'll get prices down on oil. And I think the economy will cool off, obviously, given the higher rates that the Fed's implementing, and that'll take some of the pressure off the labor market and wage growth. So I expect that inflation will be meaningfully lower a year from now, moving in the right direction. And if that's the case, then the most likely outcome here is we'll navigate through without going into recession.
We can only hope. Mark Zandi, Chief Economist at Moody's Analytics. Great to have your perspective today.
Sure thing, Allison.
Stay with First Move. Coming up, a new reality shared by many Ukrainians. We're joined by a man who left his job in real estate to fight for his country. The war in Ukraine has seen countless civilians put their day jobs on pause as they join the war effort. My next guest is one of them. Ivan Matvychenko ran a real estate investment and management firm before the war. Now he's fighting with the Ukrainian army, and he joins us now from Ukraine. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
So talk us through this. How did you come to the decision to go from, working in real estate, in real estate investment, basically corporate America, suit and tie? I saw your LinkedIn. You're in a suit and tie, and I saw part of your resume there. You've been a CFO. How did you decide to go from corporate America to the front lines and fight for Ukraine?
Well, I think my story is pretty typical for almost every Ukrainian. What happened is when the war started, I took my wife and kids to a safe place, and then ultimately to Europe. And then I went and to a recruiting station to join an army. I wasn't accepted first because I don't have any military background or military training. But then a couple of weeks later, they called me and accepted me in. So I went through training, And right now I'm waiting for a transfer to Battle Brigade and to ultimate deployment to the front lines.
I hear that you went for training, but you don't have a military background, you say. So how scared were you when you picked up your first weapon?
Well, right. I mean, I was more scared when I saw pictures from Bucha. This is a town where my parents live. They bought a house there and were supposed to move in to a new house on February 27th. So 3 days after the war started. And I think everybody saw what happened there, all the war crimes. And, once I saw those pictures, basically any self-preservation instinct that I had was surpassed by willingness to join an army and fight Russian threat.
And how'd your wife feel about this?
Well, she's worried. At first, it was difficult to convince her that I should go and do that. But as time goes on, and we realize that we need to have everybody who can hold a gun in the army, it got better. So she kind of used to that at this point, but she's still very, very worried. We talk with her every day.
Can you describe what it's like to be on the front lines fighting for Ukraine? Have you gotten into any difficult moments where you thought this could be it?
I haven't been to the first line of contact, which is, where the most heated battles go on. As I said, because I didn't have any military training, I was assigned to a security platoon, and our job was to basically guard infrastructure objects across Ukraine. But I should be going on my first deployment and first front line next couple weeks. So I haven't experienced that, serious battle engagements, but I'm going to do that over the course of the next weeks.
And how do you feel about that? Because that's taking a completely different step.
Well, it is a little bit scary, but, you got to do what you got to do. We're fighting on our own land. We did not invade anyone, and we know what we fight for, and we don't have any other choice. So that makes it much easier.
I understand you've started a change.org petition. What was that for? And, how many contributions have you gotten, and how is it going?
It wasn't me who started this petition. It was one of the wives of Azov regiment fighters who were trapped in Mariupol. And this petition already gathered, I believe, over 1.5 million signatures. But at this point, that evacuation from Mariupol has already started. I think there is no need to further promote this petition. What we should do right now is just to watch how things unfold in Mariupol and hope that Russians will keep their word and will exchange Ukrainian soldiers for Russian prisoners.
What message do you have for any loved ones watching you right now?
Well, for my loved ones, just wanted to say that I love you. Nothing new there, but I do have a quick message for American people. I want to thank from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of all Ukrainians, a big thank you to all of you guys for helping our resistance. Without you, it wouldn't have been possible. And we know that you sacrifice your economic comfort to do that. So we really appreciate everything you do, and we will win this together. So glory to Ukraine and glory to American people.
All right, Ivan Matvychenko, we wish you the best. Thanks for joining us from Ukraine.
Thank you very much.
Ukraine's ongoing counteroffensive around Kharkiv has made that city much safer than it was just a few weeks ago. Now some residents who evacuated are venturing back to reunite with loved ones and see what's left of their homes. Dan Rivers has this report.
The siege of Kharkiv was documented for us in March in this video diary.
Last night was probably the most terrifying night of my life. Kharkiv was terribly
giving a harrowing insight into this war.
Airstrikes all over the city. Dozens of buildings destroyed. Civilian buildings where people live.
Today, she's returned to her home city for the first time. She's with her mother after staying with friends in the relative safety of Poltava, a 2-hour drive from Kharkiv.
She's happy to see things being in place. Oh, cry. I'm crying again. Sorry.
They haven't seen her father for almost 2 months.
Родной город. Привет, привет, привет. Привет. Привет.
Привет, Песок.
Привет. Как ваши дела? Привет, привет. Очень ярко сюда, что-то нетипично. Надо было уже пора возвращаться.
He says it's time to come back.
In her video diary, Anasia showed where she took refuge in her flat, a home she was forced to leave without knowing if she'd ever see it again.
This is our hiding place. It's a vestibule area between 2 walls with no windows. I don't know why, but being bombarded is easier than living your home.
Everybody told me,
But today, Kharkiv is much safer. She's come back to check on her apartment.
Feels so strange.
Does it feel strange coming back?
Yes. Oh, my room. It just feels odd because it's so not usual like it's supposed to be, you know. I just for some reason thought that I will return and all the furniture will be standing the right way. Sorry? My bed is superior to Poltava bed.
Her flat is undamaged, but you don't have to go far to see the consequences of Russia's bombing.
When we were still in Kharkiv, this was the closest, the closest large explosion. We heard an incredibly loud noise, and also the windows and the doors in the house were shaken, and this was it.
Walls peeled off by the blast, which have laid bare lives ruined in an instant. The random nature of what survived and what didn't is on display, like an exhibit in a museum. But this war is not in the past. Around the edge of the city, it is very much in the present. The attack on the city's town hall marked the beginning of the siege. Today, almost in an act of defiance, flowers have been planted in front of it. For Anasia, it is a sign Kharkiv will recover. This building was the heart of Kharkiv.
Yep.
Would you say Kharkiv's heart has been broken?
Yes, I would say so, for sure. When this, it was the most excruciating thing to see this building rocketed.
Anasia has returned to a city scarred by this war, but one in which its citizens are beginning to glimpse normality again. And in the warm spring sunshine, there is something that's been absent for the people of Kharkiv and Anasia for so long: hope. Dan Rivers, ITV News, Kharkiv.
Coming up, heading to the stars. Boeing Starliner leaves on another test flight in an unmanned mission to the International Space Station. Details after the break.
3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Starliner is headed back.
Boeing's Starliner spacecraft launches into space. It's the third uncrewed test mission for the rocket, which is now on its way to the International Space Station. I want to bring in Rachel Crane. She joins us live. So, Rachel, this Starliner is actually a space taxi, right? And it's had some hiccups with this mission because it hasn't completed its flight to the space station. So, how are things going?
That's right, Allison. This is actually the third launch attempt for Boeing with Starliner. As you pointed out, this is an uncrewed mission. They need certification from NASA before they can start flying humans in this. And the intention of the Commercial Crew Program, which was a program from NASA that actually birthed this spacecraft here called Starliner, also SpaceX's Dragon, was to replace the shuttle program. And what we saw yesterday was finally a successful launch of Starliner, and it is on its way right now to rendezvous with the International Space Station. So third time was the charm, Allison, but it wasn't without a few road bumps. Boeing said in a press conference following yesterday's launch that 2 of 12 thrusters on board the spacecraft actually failed. Luckily, there were redundancies in place, and the spacecraft was able to correct for that failure. Take a listen to what Mark Nappy, Boeing vice president, had to say about it.
Now the team is working the why as why we had those anomalies occur. We have a safe vehicle, and we're on our way to the International Space Station. This is a test flight, so we're going to learn, and this is one of the items that we will learn some lessons from, and we'll make the adjustments as we go.
So, Allison, Boeing hopes to fly humans in this spacecraft before the end of the year, but that's probably a goal that seems unlikely. As we pointed out earlier, this is a program that's been plagued by failures and delays, but yesterday's launch, that was a major step forward for the company. And of course, NASA and Boeing both very happy about this. $4 billion of taxpayer money here in the U.S. has been sunk to create that spacecraft. So Boeing, NASA, and taxpayers all across the country very happy with the way this mission is going so far. But of course, there are several major milestones ahead before we can call this mission a success. The spacecraft has to dock with the International Space Station. That should be happening at 7:10 p.m. Eastern this evening. It'll stay on board for a few days before making its return through the Earth's atmosphere and make a parachuted landing back in the U.S. So, Allison, you know, a reminder just how hard space travel is when you look back at this program. Again, this was a successful launch today, but without a few hiccups. But of course, as we heard Mark Nappy say, these are learning lessons, and they're going to get to the bottom of what happened here. Allison.
Very quickly, Rachel, you know, you think about the competition that Boeing is under with Elon Musk's SpaceX with these kinds of missions.
That's right, Allison. At one point, actually, SpaceX was the underdog when these contracts from NASA, these multi-billion-dollar contracts, were first issued. You know, Boeing has a lot of space heritage with NASA. They were, you know, the main contractor on the International Space Station. So SpaceX was thought of as the underdog. But as we saw, SpaceX beat Boeing to the International Space Station. SpaceX has already had 5 crewed launches for NASA. And here, you know, Boeing is just trying to get certification for a test launch. So certainly SpaceX has beat Boeing in this particular race back to the International Space Station. But NASA is very eager to have a redundant system to get back to the International Space Station. Of course, it's never good to have all your eggs in one basket when it comes to space travel, as we've seen with this program and time again.
Right.
You know, there are delays and there are failures, and you always want to have a backup when you can.
Yeah.
Allison.
Plan B. And they don't call it a space race for nothing. Rachel Crane, thanks so much. And that's it for the show. I'm Allison Cossack. You can follow me on Instagram and on Twitter at Allison Cossack. Thanks for joining us. Connect the World with Eleni Giokos is next. Have a great weekend.
Hello, I'm Eleni Jarkas. Welcome to Connect the World. We're live in Abu Dhabi today. And we start with reflecting back on the nearly 3 months into Russia's war on Ukraine. Now, Ukraine's president is painting a picture of two realities. On one hand, military successes in places where Russia has tried to gain ground or maintain, but can't. On the other, more attacks on civilian targets and more civilian deaths. In his nightly address Thursday, Vladimir Zelensky focused on Russian missile strikes this week in the northern village of Desna that he says left many dead, and what he called the brutal and senseless bombing of Severodonetsk in the Luhansk region that killed at least 12 people. President Zelensky says Russia seems intent on destroying Ukrainian cities.
The armed forces of Ukraine continue the liberation of the Kharkiv region. But in Donbas, the occupiers are trying to increase pressure. There's hell, and that is not an exaggeration. Constant strikes at the Odessa region, at the cities of central Ukraine, Donbas, is completely destroyed. All this doesn't and cannot have any military explanation for Russia.
Well, President Zelensky also referenced what is Ukraine's first war crimes trial of this conflict, calling it the start of a process that will bring all Russian war criminals to justice. The Russian soldier who pleaded guilty Wednesday to killing a Ukrainian civilian spoke in court again today. Melissa Bell is covering that trial for us in Kyiv, and she's also watching developments at the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol. Melissa, you've been watching closely what has been happening at this first war crimes trial. And back in court today, the Russian soldier speaking once again, and it's been really fascinating to hear what he has to say.
That's right, Eleni. I mean, partly there's been the hugely emotional side of this trial where the widow of the unarmed civilian that he has admitted to killing 4 days into the war got to cross-examine him, got to put her own questions, asking him about what he thought he was doing. Did he feel, she said, that he was coming to defend her from her own husband? And bear in mind that she was speaking there to the justification for the war given by Vladimir Putin to his own side at the very beginning. What we also heard, hearing both from Vadim Shishimarin, but from another young soldier who'd been with him that day, and I think what's striking as well when you listen to these testimonies is how young these men are, is some of the chaos that they experienced on those first few days of the war. Essentially, their column of tanks came into Ukraine, hit a mine, they then escaped in a stolen car, got to this village, and the order was given to Vadim Shishimarin by another of the soldiers traveling in the car, and this was confirmed by the second soldier that took to the stand this week, to shoot the civilian. Vadim Shishimarin refused the order initially, and it was then repeated in such a way that it could not be refused. That's what the court's been hearing, and essentially that is the defense that Vadim Shishimarin's lawyer summed up at the end of the hearing today, saying, look, this is not about these young soldiers. The guilt, the fault here lies in the leadership of Russia, and it is they who should be on trial. Now, Vadim Shishimarin, of course, it is his trial. He faces a life sentence, and it is on Monday now that we will get both the verdict and when we will find out, Eleni, whether Vadim Shishimarin is to spend the rest of his life in jail or not.
Yeah, and really fascinating. We heard an apology, a guilty plea, and remorse. I'd like to reflect on what happened in Azovstal this week. It was pretty pivotal in terms of the soldiers being evacuated, most moved to Russian-controlled territory. Their fate hangs in the balance. And looking at the developments in Mariupol over the last 5 days, it's been pretty significant.
Quite extraordinary, and you're quite right to point that out, Eleni. Mariupol is of huge significance strategically to Russia as it seeks to create a land bridge from Crimea to the Donbass, for which it is furiously fighting, has been even more so over the course of the last 24 hours, really pushing to strengthen, to push to the west from its Luhansk strongholds and to the north from its Donetsk strongholds, trying to take those entire regions. And essentially you can see here that it is that region that it is seeking to consolidate with its fighting. The fall of Mariupol then extremely significant to the wider war. And what we've been hearing has been extremely poignant. A message from inside the plant for the commander of the last few, and we don't know how many there are, possibly several hundred, possibly dozens. We don't know the exact figure of fighters who are still inside and fighting, who's announced now the full surrender of the plant. And in the last few minutes, we've been hearing from Istanbul, where the wives and mothers of some of the soldiers, 2,000 of them that have been evacuated so far, have been speaking. And bear in mind, Eleni, that they don't know yet whether their husbands or fathers are amongst the living or the dead. They've just been holding a press conference speaking about the fact that they've begun receiving texts from their loved ones. So extremely poignant scenes there in Istanbul this hour, and where they've been saying that, look, these men, our loved ones, are going from hell to hell, because bear in mind that they may have been evacuated from Azovstal. It is now in the hands of Russian forces as prisoners of war that they find themselves. And I think that initially the idea, certainly from the Ukrainian side, that these men, as they were evacuated, might be the subject of a swift and fairly straightforward prisoner of war exchange, now find themselves entirely at the mercy of Russia.
Yeah. You know, when I see what President Zelensky said overnight, and he describes this sort of dual reality that is playing out. On one side, Ukrainians are offering counteroffensives that are exhausting Russian forces on the ground, and on the other end, you're still seeing civilian targets, and you're seeing missile strikes, which of course are becoming more aggressive in certain areas. What do we specifically know about the counteroffensive in Chernihiv?
Well, for instance, in Chernihiv, what we've seen is a certain number of missile strikes these last couple of days that have killed, we are hearing from Ukrainian authorities, numerous civilians. There were those strikes around Desna that you mentioned. It is a sprawling military camp, about an hour and a half's drive north of here. We drove through it only Sunday. There is a village, though, nearby. It is an extremely rural part of the country, but it is fairly close to the Russian and Belarusian border. So, therefore, within reach of some of that increased fire and strikes that we've seen. Now, we've also seen more of those along, as I said, the front line to the east, since what we seem to be seeing is a concentration of Russian firepower along those front lines. So, for instance, the town of Severodonetsk, which is one of those Ukrainian-held towns immediately to the north of that river that Russian forces have been trying to cross desperately for the last few days. Severodonetsk, it was a town of some 100,000 people. There are still, we believe, about 15,000 civilians in the basements there. 12 civilians killed overnight by shelling. That gives you an idea of some of the ferocity of the firepower that they're coming under as Russian forces try and push across that river northwards from Luhansk and to the west northwards of their strongholds in Donetsk. So again, suggesting that what it is they're trying to do is consolidate that entire region. And it's really important to look at a map here, Eleni. When you look from Mariupol to that region to the north, it is a land bridge that Russian forces, with the fall of Mariupol, have managed to build between the Donbass regions that they controlled before the war, Crimea that they annexed in 2014. And what one can imagine happening is that they could try and claim this now as a part of their own country, sort of annexation of Ukraine. And what allows us to understand that this may be their thinking as well is that we heard only a couple of days from the Ukrainian side that the Ukrainian side was entirely suspending the overall negotiations with Russia, looking for some kind of political solution to this crisis, because they said they do not understand that we will continue to fight and we will never accept the partition of Ukraine. Eleni.
Melissa Bell, really good to see you. Thank you so very much for that insight. British intelligence says Russia is overhauling its military leadership because of battlefield missteps. A UK Defence Ministry report says senior Russian commanders have been fired for what is considered poor performance. Others have been suspended. A top general remains in his post, although it's unclear if he still retains the confidence of President Vladimir Putin. Now, the US, in the meantime, is boosting Ukraine's effort to fight back against Russia. A $40 billion aid bill is being flown to South Korea for President Biden to sign after it was overwhelmingly passed by the US Senate Thursday. It will help replenish Ukraine's weapons supply and provide help for Ukrainian refugees. On top of that, the White House is sending $100 million worth of howitzers and radar equipment to Ukraine. That funding was previously approved. And for the first time in his presidency, Joe Biden is visiting Asia. The US president landed in South Korea earlier and will also stop in Tokyo during the 5-day trip to the region. The war in Ukraine, North Korea's nuclear program, and economic cooperation are expected to be the main items on his agenda. President Biden kicked off his trip to South Korea with an issue that's hitting Americans back home: the global microchip shortage. It's wreaking havoc with US car manufacturing and helping fuel inflation. Speaking alongside the South Korean president earlier, Mr. Biden said that it was time for the US to stop relying on autocratic regimes.
The COVID-19 pandemic exposed the fragility of just-in-time supply chains. A global semiconductor shortage has caused a shortfall in consumer goods, especially automobiles, and is contributing to higher prices around the world. And now, Putin's brutal and unprovoked war in Ukraine has further spotlighted the need to secure our critical supply chains so that our economy, our economic, and our national security are not dependent on countries that don't share our values.
All right, for the latest on President Biden's trip, CNN's Paul Hancock is joining me now from Seoul. Interesting statement there. We should stop relying on autocratic regimes. I want you to tell me and unpack sort of the messaging we've heard thus far from Biden.
Well, Eleni, the main message is that he's here in Asia and would like to have been here a lot earlier in his term, but clearly the COVID-19 pandemic prevented that. But the message is that allies are extremely important, that he is able to strengthen alliances with South Korea, with Japan and with others, even though his focus up until now has mostly been on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, at least over the past couple of months. So he's here to push for economic partnerships, which was really shown by the fact that his very first stop of the trip was at a Samsung semiconductor plant. That Samsung is going to build a similar plant in Texas in the United States. So he was praising that kind of economic partnership with an ally. They'll also be talking about security ties. And as often happens when anybody of note comes to this neck of the woods, North Korea certainly makes its presence known and will be very high up on the agenda. Now, we've been hearing from South Korean and from American intelligence sources suggesting that it may be imminent for a missile launch from North Korea, potentially an intercontinental ballistic missile. Intelligence sources telling our Pentagon correspondent that they may even be close to fueling an ICBM, which means that it really could be imminent. Now, obviously, if it does happen while the US president is in country, that would be unprecedented and it would be remarkable. We've heard from those around President Bush that they have prepared for all contingencies. Allies have been consulted and they have a plan in place. But the main thing that we would like to look for tomorrow on Saturday, when President Biden meets with the South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol, is not just about countering the threat from North Korea. We also know that President Biden's keen to show his allegiances in the region against a growing China as well, the economic and the military might. Eleni?
All right, Paula Hancock, thank you so very much. Good to see you. And coming up, CNN's Jake Tapper speaks exclusively to Trevor Reed, the former American Marine just freed after 2 years in a Russian prison, what he experienced just ahead.
It's not clear. Even if we appear with the burqa, maybe they will say that women's voices are forbidden. They want women to be removed from the screen. They are afraid of an educated woman.
Strong words after the Taliban's latest rules for Afghan women target journalist Christiane Amanpour will join us from Kabul after the break. When the Taliban took over Afghanistan 9 months ago, the changes came fast. Business activity quickly dried up with harsh sanctions, fueling a humanitarian crisis. Hard-fought women's rights and media freedoms are under threat. The achievements of the post-2001 reconstruction effort could be gone in a flash. Christiane Amanpour has been in Kabul all week for us, documenting these significant changes for an international audience. She joins us now live. Christiane, really good to see you. It's been incredible to see some of your coverage that has been focusing on how Taliban rule has impacted women and girls. I want you to give me a sense of what it means in reality for them, and in terms of the messages that they're trying to give, in terms of trying to work and trying to get educated.
Well, you know, Eleni, the idea of women's rights here has been front and center on the international community's agenda, and even in the United States, even before 9/11. If there was one thing people knew around the world in Taliban 1.0 back in the late 90s, it was the incredible oppression of women in every single field. You know, 20 years of U.S. involvement, international involvement. Their biggest success, one might say, has been the empowerment of women. That's half the population. The empowerment of women on education, work, and all sorts of other fronts, as well as reconstruction. And what the Taliban has done has actually suspended women's high schools, girls' high schools. So those from grade 6 to grade 12 are not yet allowed to go back to school. This is a huge, big issue. And also work and the mask, there are all sorts of, you know, conflicting edicts. I went to Tolo News, again, an independent, leading, fact-based news organization that bloomed and blossomed in Afghanistan over the last 20 years, with women on screen telling the news as well as men, that they're very scared now because of the edict that was handed down this week that they must be masked. It has to be said, it hasn't yet been enforced, but I visited them yesterday and they were very worried. Take a listen. For the past 5 months, Khatira Ahmadi has been anchoring the morning news on Tolo TV. But this might be the last time she can show her face on air. The morning editorial meeting starts with worried discussion about mandatory masking. Station director Khpolwak Sapai says he'd even considered just shutting down and leaving. But then he thought female staff who want to carry on anchoring with a mask can, while those who don't will get other jobs behind the scenes.
We will leave the last decision up to them. They will make their own decision.
And it's a tough decision for these women who braved the new Taliban regime to stay on the air, who've already adjusted their headscarves to hide their hair, and who now fear a steep slide back to the Middle Ages. Khatira says she's so stressed she couldn't even present her program properly.
It's not clear. Even if we appear with the burqa, maybe they will say that women's voices are forbidden. They want women to be removed from the screen. They are afraid of an educated woman.
Across town, the Taliban government spokesman Zabiullah Mujahid was attending a meeting with local journalists to mark a slightly delayed World Press Freedom Day. We stopped him on the way in. You have said they have to wear a face mask if they're on television. Women. Why? It's advisory from the ministry, he says. But what does that mean? Is it compulsory? If it is said, they should wear it. It'll be implemented as it is in our religion too, says Mujahid. It is good if it's implemented. Afghan women are afraid that this is the beginning of your efforts to erase them from the workspace. They're afraid that if they wear the mask, the next thing you will say is their voice cannot be heard publicly. What is your response to that? Like during COVID, he says, masks were mandatory. Women would only be wearing hijab or masks and they will continue their work. He seems to say that if women wear this, they can go to work. But the dress code edicts, like saying female university students must now wear black, not colored headscarves, is an escalating war of nerves, and everyone fears where this will lead. Back at Tolo News, these female anchors are distraught. What should we do, cries Tahmina. We don't know. We were ready to fight to the last to perform our work, but they don't allow us. We women have been taken hostage, says Hila. Women can't get themselves educated or work. Like me, who's worked on screen for years and couldn't leave Afghanistan. Due to the fear of the Taliban, I can't go on screen again. Since the Taliban takeover, the station's employed even more women than before because they need a safe space. And as for the actual journalism, Tolo News is Afghanistan's leading independent news channel. But director Sapai says they'll all quit the day the Taliban pressures them to tailor their coverage or lie to a public that's come to trust the truth they've been delivering over 20 years. He's saved the station so far, recruiting a whole new staff after most employees fled the Taliban's arrival.
And from management level, I've stood alone. And I was considered, I was only thinking that how to keep the screen alive, not to go dark.
The challenge now is keeping it from going. Of course, his challenge. He's obviously trying to make sure that it, that it stays on. And as I said, there's not yet been the enforcement, and the female anchors did work today without masking. But it is, a really big daily pressure. And the big issue is whether they're going to be allowed to work, whether the girls are going to be allowed to go to school. It's a huge issue, and it means the difference between a completely impoverished, constantly supplicant nation dependent on foreign aid or a country that can actually have some kind of a future, Eleni.
Yeah, exactly. It's a huge issue, as you say, but there should be a simple answer. Former President Hamid Karzai has been interesting to watch since the U.S. withdrawal. He's been, largely saying there needs to be negotiations, there needs to be some kind, talking involved in finding solutions to the country's problems. But what has his reaction been to the latest changes imposed by the Taliban?
Well, look, he has been, unlike the former president, Ashraf Ghani, who fled, this one, Hamid Karzai, the first democratically elected president of this country after 9/11, stayed. And he did so to try to negotiate and try to make sure that when the Taliban came, it wasn't like Taliban 1.0, when they just imposed themselves. There was a movement. They couldn't govern. They had no idea what they were doing. And he was trying to get, to make sure that there was a new political process, that to make sure that women's rights were adhered to, that women going to school was something that was irreversible. And I spoke to him about that, and he pointed out to me today, he said, look, it is all of Afghanistan who believes that that should happen. Men, women, and even the religious. This is what he said.
Absolutely important, absolutely important. The issue of girls' education is fundamental to the dignity of Afghan life. Therefore, there is no compromise there. Therefore, the call is very clear on the Taliban government and the current government that the Afghan people will never accept that decision. That the best for them in the country is to have girls go back to school as soon as possible. This goes to the essence of our life and existence as a dignified society. So I denounce it in the strongest words and want the Taliban to allow girls to go back to school as soon as possible.
That's very strong. Tomorrow. So he's very adamant about that, and he said the same thing to the top Taliban leaders. And there may be some kind of struggle within the movement to make this happen. But it is a bit of a tipping point, because there are those who say here, if girls don't get back to school within the next few weeks, it may never happen. And this is a huge, huge disaster for this country. Already we've got a tweet from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Norway. They're paying close attention to women and girls' rights. And the international community is going to have to double down on this going forward, and particularly the Taliban. They want international and domestic legitimacy. They will not get it if the girls and women are silenced and ignored. And I think one of the key takeaways here after this week is to see that now, after 20 years of knowing what it's like to be educated, to be mostly free, to be able to work, the people here are not taking these edicts lying down. There is a backlash. There is criticism. They do confront the Taliban when there are press conferences and the like. And I think that is the big difference with Taliban 2.0 versus Taliban 1.0. And let's not forget that in all of this, since the West pulled out, there is a massive humanitarian crisis. Nearly half this country lives on less than one meal a day and is in potentially famine-like conditions. In other words, acute hunger. And we've been covering that as well. Eleni?
You know, Christiane, I have to say that the piece that you did on the way that children are impacted, where they don't have enough to eat, it still keeps me up at night. You know, you've spoken about the complete collapse of the economy there. You've been there a while. You've covered Afghanistan over so many years. Do you find any solution at hand that could alleviate this immediate problem?
Well, look, many people are trying to figure that out. How do you balance holding the Taliban accountable while also trying to save the lives of blameless people? In other words, how do you avoid a collective punishment of an entire population when you are trying to hold to account a government that is not respecting international norms and regulations? Now, the one thing that is potentially helpful, and Karzai said the same thing, is that the top Taliban leader sat for an interview with me at the beginning of our week here, and he said all sorts of things, like he wanted to start a new chapter with the United States and with the rest of the world. They know very well that this country is going to simply, collapse again if they don't actually get out of this hole that they're in, and if they can't re-engage. They have to make the decisions to adopt the laws and the rules of the international norms in order to be able to do that. Already the US says they are cooperating on counterterrorism for the moment. But when it comes to women's rights and other human rights and all the kinds of things that would allow them to be recognized, many of the governments who I've spoken to, none of whom, by the way, recognize them. The Taliban is not a recognized government. They put women's rights at the very heart of this. They have to figure out whether they're going to understand that this is the world's condition. And we'll wait to see.
All right, Christiane, thank you so much. It was really good to have you on the ground there. Thank you so much for your reporting. Up next, finally freed after 2 years in Russian prison. CNN's Jake Tapper speaks exclusively to Trevor Reed, the former US Marine, about his harrowing experience. That's coming up next. US President Joe Biden arrived in South Korea earlier for his first trip to Asia while in office. It comes as China and North Korea increasingly flex their military muscles in the region. And the US response to that has come in the form of the USS Abraham Lincoln, one of the largest fighting ships in the world. CNN's Blake Essig went on board to check it out.
If you ask United States 7th Fleet Commander Carl Thomas, this is what deterrence looks and sounds like.
Deterrence to date has worked, and I'm hopeful that it continues to work, but my job is to be prepared in case it doesn't.
For the past several months, the U.S. Navy carrier Strike Group 3, led by the USS Abraham Lincoln and armed with the U.S. Navy's most advanced fighter wing, has conducted joint drills with allies like Japan and patrolled the waters of the Indo-Pacific.
Being out here operating as a very visible, a very agile, dynamic force, there's no better way to provide the deterrence that we need in this part of the region.
This aircraft carrier brings massive firepower to the region. Its purpose to project power, increase security, and serve as a deterrent to countries like China, North Korea, and Russia. But in a part of the world seemingly more unstable by the day, the effectiveness of a carrier strike group like this as a deterrence to adversaries has been called into question.
We need to have a more robust, like-minded states coalition. Because China's rise is now the global phenomenon.
A reality that isn't lost on Quad member states, a coalition made up of the United States, Japan, Australia, and India, whose leaders are set to meet in Tokyo early next week. With South Korea watching from the sidelines, member states are likely to discuss a unified response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the recent flurry of weapons tests conducted by North Korea, and of course, China.
One of the things that China doesn't have is friends and allies. They have subjects. We have friends and allies who want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the United States.
Well, the Quad isn't a NATO-like mutual defense commitment. Continuing to upgrade security cooperation between Quad member states and other like-minded nations in this region is extremely important to maintaining maritime security.
But according to Cleo Pascal, an Indo-Pacific strategic specialist, the key to combating China's rise isn't necessarily through military strength.
By the time you get to the military part, you're almost too late. You don't want to cut off China militarily. You want to block its influence politically and economically first.
However, as China and Russia work to strengthen their own military alliance in the region, Rear Admiral J.T. Anderson says the U.S.'s presence, along with the strength of its allies, has proven to be an effective deterrent. Nevertheless, if that deterrent fails,
our job is to fight and win, period.
An outcome no one wants, but one the U.S. military and its allies must prepare for. Blake Essig, CNN, on board the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Philippine Sea.
2 years held captive in a Russian prison, former U.S. Marine Trevor Reed is speaking out exclusively to CNN. He sat down with our Jake Tapper to talk about his harrowing experience, particularly in one section of the prison.
What was the worst conditions that you experienced during that time?
The psychiatric treatment facility. I was in there with 7 other prisoners in a cell. They all had severe, serious psychological health issues. Most of them, so over 50% of them in that cell were in there for murder, or like multiple murders, sexual assault and murder, just really disturbed individuals. And inside of that cell, you know, that was not a good place. There's blood all over the walls there, where prisoners had killed themselves or killed other prisoners or attempted to do that. The toilet's just a hole in the floor, and there's, you know, crap everywhere, all over the floor, on the walls. There's people in there also that walk around, they look like zombies.
Were you afraid for your life?
I mean, I did not sleep there for a couple of days, so I was too worried about who was in the cell with me to actually sleep.
You thought they might kill you?
Yeah, I thought that was a possibility.
Chief Washington correspondent and anchor of the lead, Jake Tapper, joins us now live from Washington. Jake, hair-raising details of the psychiatric facility. And I wonder, what helped him push through? Was it sort of just having mental strength? Was it hope that he was going to get out? What did he tell you?
Well, he told me, interestingly, that he did not allow himself to hope, that he thought that would make him more vulnerable. And in fact, whenever his then girlfriend or his father would visit him in prison and say something hopeful, giving him reason to be optimistic, he would tell them to stop. He didn't want to have any hopes that he would get out. And that clip that he just talked about, the psychiatric hospital, that sounds like something truly out of a horror movie. I should note he was sent there because the Russians were punishing him, in his view. He was sent there because he continued to try to appeal what he thought was an unjust conviction, not because he was necessarily experiencing psychological trauma of any sort beyond that which would be normal in a Russian prison situation. So it really it's a far and wide-ranging interview with him about his entire experience, about how he survived, about his health problems. We talked to his parents, his sister, about how they worked so hard to get him out, to push this prisoner swap. There was laughter, there were tears. It really was a remarkable interview. I felt very honored to have been trusted by the Reed family to help introduce him to the world.
Yeah, and incredible questions you posed to him, and he was so open with you. I wonder, how is he doing now? What was sort of the sense you got? And I'm really fascinated by the fact that he didn't allow himself to be optimistic or have hope, but yet he pushed through.
Well, I mean, he is a Marine, so he has been. He would say to his dad that in letters or in messages conveyed from his lawyer or his girlfriend, don't worry, I survived the Marines, I can survive this. And he is a former Boy Scout, so he has experience in terms of preparation. But I can't really explain how he was able to do it, because it does seem so traumatic and so hopeless that most people might not be able to survive the way he did. He seemed well. He's not a tall guy, and he lost about 45 pounds of weight in prison because of sickness and malnutrition. It doesn't sound like the Russians treat their prisoners any better than they might have done 200, 300 years ago. So he is in the midst of trying to gain weight back. On the plane from Turkey, when the U.S. government picked him up, there was a steak there, and he was very eager to eat that. He said he had a meal not long after returning to the United States that he could feel the energy coursing through his body after he had it, and he couldn't sleep for several days because of the nutrition that he was getting. And I have to say, he seems pretty good as these things go. He's put on about 10 or 15 pounds in the last 3 weeks. Psychologically, he seems better than can be expected, I think, normally. It's obviously going to be a transition for him and his family to try to deal with this. His sister, who is, I think, about 28, this has been her life for 3 years, trying to get her brother out of Russian prison. Same with his dad, Joey, who moved to Russia for a year and a half to try to get his son out. Now their dreams have been answered. To a degree also, I should know, one of the things that they want to do is they want to devote energy towards supporting other Americans who are unjustly held around the world, like Paul Whelan, another Marine veteran who is in Russia right now, or Brittany Griner, the WNBA star. They want to become activists to push the U.S. to do everything it can to get these individuals out, including prisoner swaps, which has been controversial in the past, but is the reason why Trevor Reed is free today.
Jake, really good to have you on the show. Thank you so very much. And you can watch Jake's exclusive interview with Trevor Reed in a CNN special report, Finally Home, the Trevor Reed interview on Sunday night at 8 on the US East Coast. That's early Monday morning in Abu Dhabi at 4. Thank you so much to Jake Tapper for coming onto the show. We're going to a short break. We'll be right back with more Connect the World. Stay with CNN. All right, we're going to give you a sports update in just a little while. Amanda Davies will be joining you for that, and I'll be back at the top of the hour with more Connect the World. Stay with CNN.
Hi, thanks for joining us. Welcome along to World Sport Live from London with me, Amanda Davis. If you've been watching our shows this week, you'll have heard us talk about the group to watch at the PGA Championship in the early rounds. It certainly didn't let us down on day one. Tiger Woods playing in just his second event since his car crash, alongside Northern Ireland's Rory McIlroy rolling back the years to shoot an opening round of 65, which sees him lead the way heading into day two. It's McIlroy's best start to a major since the 2011 US Open. He'd made it to 6 under through 14 holes until bogeys at the 15th and 17th threatened to derail him. But it was a brilliant shot from 19 feet on his final hole of the day that saw the two-time champion recover to 5 under par. A pretty painful day at the office, though, for Tiger Woods, both literally and metaphorically, it seemed. He finished 9 shots off the pace, signing for a 4 over 74. Well, play is already underway in Tulsa for the second round on Friday. This is how the real-time leaderboard stands. It's the 2017 PGA champion, Justin Thomas, who has made the early move, as you can see. He's within 1 stroke of Rory through 6 holes. Rory tees off his second round later this afternoon. So let's not waste any more time. We can cross live to the Southern Hills course in Oklahoma, from where Don Riddell has been watching on for us. Don, just before we talk Rory, let's have a word on Tiger. A very different looking Tiger to the one we'd been expecting, given what he'd been talking about in the run-up to the event. I mean, what do you think? Is he in danger? Is he going to make the cut?
Yes, him making the cut is in some kind of jeopardy, Amanda, given the way he scored yesterday, but also, perhaps more importantly, just the way he looked and seemed and kind of talked afterwards. This was very different to what we'd been expecting. It was very different to his opening round at the Masters, where he was 1 under par after the first round, where he went on to make the cut. He has been talking this week about how strong his leg is feeling, at least in comparison to how it was feeling 5 or 6 weeks ago, and he was definitely trending in the right direction. And remember, of course, he said he could definitely win this tournament. He made a great start. He was 2 under through 5 holes, but then things unraveled. And towards the end, in fact, on the penultimate hole, he was visibly wincing. And when he came in to speak to the media briefly afterwards, it was clear that he had a lot of work to do to get his body in a decent enough shape to get back out onto the course for his second round. This is what he had to say.
I got off to a great start and didn't keep it going, and I really didn't get myself any looks for birdie. I was struggling trying to get the ball on the green, and I missed quite a few iron shots both ways. So it was a frustrating day. Yeah, my leg is not feeling as good as I would like it to be. I just can't load it, and loading hurts, and pressing off it hurts, and walking hurts, and twisting hurts. So it's just golf. If I don't play that, if I don't do that, then I'm all right.
Amanda, I'm sure you know the phrase, no pain, no gain. Well, there was plenty of pain and very little gain. Tiger is going to go and have to shoot a pretty special round today if he wants to stick around for the weekend.
And probably adding to the hurt, the fact that he was watching in such close proximity to Rory McIlroy's rounds. He was brilliant talking ahead of the event about the fact he was scouring the internet for any tips and videos about playing this course. But whatever he's doing, it is going pretty well for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he was brilliant yesterday. 4 consecutive birdies at one point on his opening 9 holes. He lost a little bit of ground, but then he finished strongly with a birdie on his final hole for a score of 5 under par. That was his best opening round at a major in a very long time. And looks like the party bus had just come by, and it's only 9:49 local time. There was a really cool moment earlier in the week when Rory McIlroy and his young daughter Poppy came into the media centre, and there was a mural there of one of his previous PGA Championship wins, and he pointed to it and said, "That's when Daddy was good," which was kind of heartbreaking because he's always been good. He just hasn't performed well at majors in the last 8 years. But the way he started yesterday, I think, works very, very well for him, because famously in the last 8 years he's been a slow starter in majors. His opening round combined have been 35 over par, but the 65 he shot yesterday is the best opening round he's had since 2011, and if he can keep this going, he's in terrific shape to win a 5th major title. Anyway, this is what he had to say afterwards. Amanda, apparently we've run out of time. Back to you.
Yeah. There's obviously too much fun on the party bus. If I were you, Don, I'd run and go enjoy them.
I think so.
Thanks ever so much. Speak to you soon. Stay with us. The Liverpool boss, Jurgen Klopp, has his say on the worrying growth in pitch invasions in football after Patrick Vieira was pushed just too far on Thursday night. Welcome back. It is a massive week of football here in England. Champions will be crowned, promotions secured and relegations confirmed. But there are growing concerns about what that could mean in terms of pitch invasions and safety after a number of high-profile incidents in recent days. Some of the pictures make you think maybe we've travelled back to the 1980s. The Football Association are investigating after Crystal Palace manager Patrick Vieira was involved in this altercation with a supporter on Thursday in the wake of Everton's 3-2 win, which meant they escaped relegation from the Premier League. The former France international walking back towards his team's dressing room at full time when a fan started taunting him and he appeared to kick out, as you could see, before being ushered away. Well, for more, my World Sport colleague Alex Thomas has joined me. Alex, this isn't the first time we've seen an incident like this just in the last couple of days. How much of a growing problem do you think it is?
Yeah, it's not a return to the 70s and 80s and big organised gang violence just outside football stadiums. But all stakeholders, from Players Association, fans, reps, governing bodies, agree that social disorder and fan violence is on the rise. There's no doubt about that. Hundreds of football banning orders already issued this season. And after the numerous incidents we've seen this week, including a fan getting jailed for headbutting a player after a playoff game, we've had two strongly worded statements earlier on Friday. Part of the English Football Association one says, we are very concerned about the rise in antisocial behaviour from fans. It is illegal to enter the pitch area in any stadium, and these actions are putting players, fans and people who run the game at great risk. The Professional Footballers Association went even further, talking about toxic, aggressive and dangerous behaviour, while the broader issue of increased fan disorder requires a coordinated and long-term strategy. The clubs, leagues and police need to put their immediate focus on stopping large-scale pitch invasions. People are at risk of being seriously hurt or worse. You and I were at Wembley Stadium last year for that delayed European final. Horrible scenes outside Wembley. That was the international game, but just another really ugly reminder of what is creeping back into the game.
And it's interesting that these pictures from last night have taken place despite the fact there was such quick action this week with that incident earlier the week, where the man with the headbutt was put in prison and dealt with, and that's a pretty strong, quick punishment, isn't it? But heading into this weekend in particular, where the stakes are so high, how concerning is it?
Yeah, because there's an end-of-term feeling, you know, like when you were a school kid and kind of the rules didn't really apply. And it's worrying enough for Jurgen Klopp, the Liverpool boss, in the midst of a title challenge, to be saying this.
For the players of the other team especially, massively uncomfortable, and it should not be dangerous for them. So these are things when people cannot hold themselves back, like the guy, the two guys now obviously in the last two games. Yeah, they should for sure not be there. But I hope it's always like this, two things happen now, and I really hope we learn from that. So it's not even, I'm not sure if it's a nice picture, but it's just like it is, and we should make sure that nothing, absolutely nothing happens.
And, you know, we know Amanda, Klopp cares, doesn't he, about football, but you can hear it in his voice. And everyone's scratching their heads. Why is this happening? There's no definitive answer to that. Sort of a letting your hair down after the COVID restrictions is part of it. Clearly, there was a temporary decline when no fans were going to football stadiums. But people I've been speaking to say, let's not deal with football in isolation. It's a reflection of broader society. Everyone's going a little bit, or had been going a little bit stir crazy. So maybe it will settle down. Remember, the broader picture is that over the last decade, football-related violence has been declining. It's worrying that it's got an upturn. It needs to be dealt with fast before someone gets hurt. But the overall picture is not terrible just yet. But clearly, with so many eyes on English football and the Premier League this weekend, the global product, the title race to be decided, relegation issues as well, it would be disastrous if there were more pitch invasions and serious consequences.
Yeah, Alex, for now, thanks very much indeed. Let's very much hope that come Sunday into Monday, we are talking about the action, of course, that fascinating climax to the Premier League and the PGA Championship to come. And we'll be covering it right here on World Sport. Eleni, back to you.
Right, Amanda, exciting weekend of sports. I'll definitely be tuning in. Good to see you, and we'll be back right after this short break. Stay with us.
Live from CNN Abu Dhabi, this is Connect the World.
A deliberate attempt to kill as many Ukrainians as possible. Ukrainian President Zelensky's words about Russia's relentless offensive. I'm Eleni Jarkas. I'm in for Becky Anderson. Hello and welcome to Connect the World. Basements and bomb shelters, the home for up to 15,000 Ukrainians in the eastern city of Severodonetsk. The city is one of the last holdouts in Luhansk, one of the two regions that make up the Donbass. This has been a major focus of the Russian war. Ukrainian military officials say despite shelling, Russia has not made any headway there in the past day, although Russia says its campaign in Luhansk is nearing completion. This is what Russia is fighting for, a region largely in ruins. President Vladimir Zelensky says the Donbass has been, quote, completely destroyed. Take a listen.
12 загиблих, десятки поранених.
The bombing and shelling of other cities, the air and missile strikes of the Russian army, all this is not just hostilities during the war.
І не може мати жодного військового пояснення для Росії.
This is a deliberate and criminal attempt to kill as many Ukrainians as possible, destroy as many houses, social facilities and enterprises as possible.
Mr. Zelensky also called out a strike Thursday on a village in the Chernihiv region north of Kyiv. He says it left many dead and it caused this crater at a military compound. Meantime, a Russian soldier who's admitted to shooting an unarmed Ukrainian man spoke again in court today. CNN's Melissa Bell is following that story for us from Kyiv, and we've got Suzanne Malveaux reporting for us from the western city of Lviv. Melissa, I want to start with you. We've heard an admission of guilt, an apology. He's also directly spoken with the widow, all in the courtroom. What is the latest?
Extraordinary scenes once again, this time getting to the core of the defense that Vadim Shishimarin is pleading. And essentially, the idea is, Eleni, that this was an invasion ordered by Vladimir Putin, sold to his people as being a special operation, and it was the foot soldiers of his army as they came into Ukraine on the first few days of the war who were caught up in the middle of that chaos and fear. A recognition of his guilt, but a final plea for clemency.
I'm sorry and I sincerely repent. I was nervous the moment it happened. I didn't want to kill, but it happened, and I do not deny it.
On Thursday, the prosecution laid out the facts of the case against 21-year-old Vadim Shishimarin, the Russian soldier who's pled guilty to killing Katerina Shalipova's husband, Alexander, an unarmed civilian, in the village of Chupakivka on February 28th. 2 miles from there, CNN has geolocated this video, shared exclusively by Ukrainian armed forces. It shows a column of Shishimarin's 4th Tank Division after it had hit a mine and its soldiers had fled. The prosecution alleges that Shishimarin and 4 other soldiers fled the scene in a stolen car, and that Shishimarin was then given an order to shoot 62-year-old Alexander Shalipova for fear he might report them.
It was very stressful. I was under great stress. He shouted at me.
A version of events corroborated by another Russian soldier who was traveling in the car that day.
The warrant officer ordered Vadim to shoot with the justification that the man could be reporting on us. Vadim refused to do it, and the man ordered him to do it.
A rare glimpse into the chaos and fear of the early days of the war on the Russian side.
The leadership of the Russian Federation is to blame for this war, not this boy. He was trying to save his own life, especially from the threat that came from his fellow servicemen.
Alexander Shalipova's widow was not in court as the trial adjourned on Friday, but on Thursday she'd been able to put her own questions to Shishimarin.
Why did you come here? Did you come to defend us? From whom? Did you defend me from my husband you killed?
Our command gave us an order to move in as a column. I didn't know what would follow.
On Monday, the court will hand down its verdict
and the sentence. The 21-year-old will then learn whether or not he will spend the rest of his life in jail.
Until then, Eleni, this trial has provided us with an extraordinary glimpse of the first few days of the war, even as that war continues to rage on in so many parts of Ukraine. I think that's been the most unique thing about this trial, a war crimes trial brought even as the war continues.
Melissa, you can hear the pain in the widow's voice. Thank you so much for bringing us that story. That was Melissa Bell. In Lviv, standing by for us, we've got Suzanne Malveaux. Suzanne, you've been following so much about what's been happening on the ground, specifically in Mariupol. You and I have been talking about Azovstal for quite some time this week. But importantly, we've also seen Zelensky coming out, talking about missile strikes in various parts of the country, concerns that you're seeing a heightened Russian aggression, clearly, where you can clearly see what the military strategy is for Russia right now.
Well, that's absolutely right. I mean, if you take a look at just the damage in the areas that they keep hitting over and over, just north of Kyiv, in that small village of Desna, that's about 40 miles from the border of Belarus. Again, we heard President Zelensky saying there are many, many dead, and those are the civilians in that area, in that region, that they continue to try to push back the Ukrainian defenses. And also in the east, in the Donbass, as we have discussed time and time again, the Donetsk and Luhansk regions, the Russian-controlled regions, if they are trying to just create that land bridge, if you will, to the Crimea, to make that kind of progress, to disrupt the trade, the economy, the communications of the Ukrainian people with the rest of the world. And so they continue to pummel that area in Luhansk. And it is devastating when you see the civilian casualties just over the last 24 hours, 12 who were killed, 60 structures down, and in one particular city, 70% of the housing actually destroyed. So we've been presented with many images of the destruction there, and they are trying to really break the Ukrainian people. And then, as you say, Mariupol, in the steel plant there, 2,000 who have been evacuated, at least according to the Russian statistics. Most of them are in the military, but it is a Russian-controlled type of detention center, and also about 50 or so severely wounded. We are told at least that they're being treated, again, Russian-controlled hospital facility. Many of the families just don't know where their loved ones are, and the mystery remains. Inside of that steel plant, there are still hundreds who are left there. Those soldiers, we have heard from many of them as they've been posting on social media. CNN has, of course, gone through the process of verifying these posts. One soldier on Instagram within the last 24 hours, seemingly he's been providing lots and lots of beautiful pictures, but seemingly saying goodbye. At least that's what it seems in his post. He said, that's it. Thank you for the shelter. Azovstal, the place of my death and my life. We have also heard from various military officials inside of various rankings, some of them pledging in video statements not to surrender, that the fight has just begun. The top commander of the unit inside of the steel plant, however, has called for his soldiers to surrender, saying that to please stop the mission of protecting those in Mariupol, to save yourselves. Nevertheless, a deputy commander releasing this video statement suggesting that there is more afoot.
My command and I are on the territory of Azovstal plant. An operation is underway. I will not give any details. I'm grateful to the whole world and to Ukraine for support. See you.
So it is uncertain the fate of many of those, the hundreds who still remain inside the steel plant, as many Ukrainians look to them as really the last hope, a symbol of Ukrainian resistance against the Russians.
Suzanne Malveaux, thank you very much for those details. A civilian convoy trying to move into Ukrainian-held territory in the Zaporizhzhia region is being stopped cold by Russian forces. That's according to the regional military administration in Zaporizhzhia. In an online post, it says more than 1,000 cars are being blocked for a fourth day, with many holding women and children who have no money, water, or food. The post says some cars did make it to Zaporizhzhia on Thursday. Russia's war in Ukraine has changed Europe forever, shaking up the continent's security environment. As a result, countries like Sweden and Finland are seeking to join the NATO security alliance, and now Russia is retaliating. Finland's main gas company says Russian supplies to its Nordic neighbor will be halted on Saturday morning local time. Gazprom says it will keep its customers supplied with natural gas from other sources after that. It's refusing to pay for Russian gas in rubles. Now, it's important to note, most of Finland's energy comes from wood-based biomass and nuclear power. Meantime, the US is trying to help Ukraine on and off the battlefield in terms of a sweeping new emergency package. CNN's Lauren Fox is at the US Senate building. Lauren, really good to see you. I have to say, this is a monstrous package. We've spoken about this before, but we're wondering in terms of the breakdown, how much is going to aid in terms of food supplies into the country, how much of that is going to the Ukrainian government in terms of helping with fiscus and revenue, and how much of that is allocated to arms?
Yeah, let's break this down. I mean, obviously $40 billion, a significant amount of money that Congress, lawmakers on both sides of the aisle came together to pass in the U.S. Senate yesterday. About $40 billion is broken down, with $20 billion going to military assistance for heavy military equipment. You also have about $8 billion for economic assistance to the country of Ukraine. As that country is dealing with this ongoing conflict, you have $5 billion in food assistance and about $1 billion that will go to help support refugees. So that money really going to several different pots, different areas, to make sure that this effort coming from the U.S. is not just about getting military weapons and equipment to the country, but also about trying to sustain the country's economy. But this is a very significant investment, and there were some members who were opposed to voting for it. There were 11 Republicans who voted against it, but like you said, an overwhelmingly bipartisan piece of legislation.
Lauren, I have to say, I mean, it's really interesting to see that $20 billion is going to be allocated to arms. But what's really fascinating about this, it was just a very swift agreement from both sides of the aisle. Now this piece of legislation is being flown to President Biden to now sign off. How quickly will this money be allocated and get to work?
Well, the hope from the White House, and the reason that the president is taking this action while he's abroad, is that this money will start flowing very quickly so that they can actually make sure these weapons get to Ukraine. Last time around, obviously this is not the first aid package, that equipment started to flow very quickly to the country, and that is the hope, right? That you can get the weapons in the hands of the people who need them as immediately as possible.
All right, Lauren Fox, really good to see you. Thank you for breaking those numbers down for us. And U.S. President Joe Biden is in South Korea today as he makes his first trip to the region as president. It's a historic move coming at a vital moment as Russia's invasion strains global supply chains and North Korea ramps up its nuclear posturing. A show of unity was on the cards this morning. Mr. Biden visited a semiconductor factory alongside his South Korean counterparts. Speaking afterwards, he said that it was time for the U.S. to secure its supply chains and stop relying on autocratic regimes. And CNN's Jeremy Diamond joins me now from Seoul with the latest. Interesting messaging here. It's also about ensuring alliances during a time where you're seeing major polarization coming through, and it's sort of a concern that the East might be, weighing and swaying towards Russia. And I'm talking about China-Russia relations.
Yeah, no doubt about it. President Biden came into office looking to shore up those alliances following 4 tumultuous years of President Trump at the helm in the United States. And that is certainly a focus for President Biden here as he starts his visit in South Korea and then heads to Japan, where he will also have meetings with leaders of India and Australia as well. President Biden, in his first remarks here in South Korea, talking about the U.S.-South Korea relationship as a linchpin of peace, stability, and prosperity. And it comes, of course, at a moment of increased tension with the potential for a North Korean nuclear and/or missile test looming large over President Biden's visit, as U.S. intelligence indicates that such a test could take place while President Biden is here in the region. Now, as President Biden addressed this issue of national security, he's also talking about economic security, and that's where you heard those remarks about supply chains, as President Biden talked about the importance of shoring up those supply chains amongst allies and not relying on those autocratic regimes.
Putin's brutal and unprovoked war in Ukraine has further spotlighted the need to secure our critical supply chains so that our economy, our economic, and our national security are not dependent on countries that don't share our values.
And you hear President Biden there talking about Putin, talking about Russia, but what he's not saying there and what he's really talking about is China, which of course is looming large over this entire region. President Biden is trying to ensure that the United States has a key role economically in this region, and he's also sending a message to allies. As we are seeing disruptions of supply chains and oil flows to European countries because of the war in Ukraine, reminding them of that as he tries to reinforce those supply chains with Asian allies as well, and not to rely on China for critical technological components like those semiconductor chips, for example. Jake Sullivan, the national security advisor, a couple of days ago made the point that even as President Biden has had to focus on Europe so much, they don't see a push and pull between that. Rather, he said that the U.S. policy in Europe as well as Asia is mutually reinforcing.
Yeah, and it's so fascinating you say that he was almost, the nuance was that he was referring to China when it came to semiconductors, but actually having China on the US side is going to be pretty vital. Are you getting any kind of messaging around him trying to preserve that relationship?
Well, listen, we know that President Biden is considering revoking some of those steel tariffs on China as well, so there is potentially some movement there. But it is interesting that President Biden, in making his first trip here, is not visiting China. Part of that is because of the coronavirus restrictions. Another part of that is that U.S.-China relations are really at a historic low right now. I was with President Trump in 2017 when he came to this region for the first time, and on that trip we saw President Trump hitting South Korea, hitting Japan, and also visiting China on that first Asian tour as President of the United States. So notable that President Biden is not doing that here, and he's also going to be announcing this new economic framework for the Indo-Pacific, which really focuses again on the U.S.'s leadership role in this region, less so on cooperation with China and more on ensuring that these countries in the region, democracies in particular, have an alternative trading partner to China in the United States.
All right, interesting times. Jeremy Diamond, really good to see you. Thank you so much. And we will have much more on President Biden's visit coming up, and I'll be speaking to an Asia expert about how the U.S. president hopes to mute the growing influence of China in Asia and around the world. Stay tuned. In North Korea, more than 750,000 people are now receiving medical treatment for what officials are calling fever cases. State media there say the total number of reported fever cases exceeds 2.2 million. CNN's Will Ripley tells us about the state-sponsored event that could be the source of this outbreak and what all this could mean for the country's leader, Kim Jong-un.
The mood was triumphant, the crowd massive, most people not wearing masks. At last month's military parade in Pyongyang, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un promised to protect his people from hostile forces like the U.S. Protection from the virus that would soon ravage his unvaccinated population? Non-existent. Weeks later, a devastating fever, believed to be undiagnosed COVID-19, infecting and killing some of Pyongyang's most privileged citizens.
The military parade was a super spreader event, and we know that they flew in citizens from across North Korea.
Some of those citizens from the Chinese border region, a place I visited 5 years ago. North Koreans are living a literal stone's throw away from the raging Omicron outbreak in China. Beijing pledged to help Pyongyang battle the outbreak. The Hermit Kingdom's hermetically sealed border apparently breached by the highly contagious variant. 2 years of pandemic isolation, 2 years of sacrifice, gone in one parade.
That's the perfect petri dish for this virus to spread. So I think that parade will go down in history as a very bad idea for North Korea.
A colossal miscalculation, and experts say the likely cause of North Korea's explosive outbreak. An unprecedented nationwide lockdown, skyrocketing infections and deaths, a dilapidated healthcare system on the verge of collapse, lacking even the most basic medicines and medical equipment. Millions of malnourished North Koreans at higher risk of severe infection.
I think it's going to test his leadership, certainly, and it's going to create some urgency for very creative storytelling in the North Korean propaganda apparatus.
North Korean propaganda, crucial to keeping the Kim family in power, even during times of crisis, like the deadly famine of the late 1990s, when citizens literally ate tree bark to survive. The Kims rule over a police state that relies on heavy surveillance, restricted movement, and brutal political prison camps.
They strengthened social controls because they had the fear that, if there is an outbreak, if there is a crisis, that was what happened in the 1990s, that, the police, the secret police, the military, they all went hungry.
Now, they're getting sick. State media says around 2 million fever cases in 1 week. A crisis of Kim's own creation, potentially devastating hardship for the North Korean people. Will Ripley, CNN, Taipei.
For an even deeper dive into the potential impact of the COVID outbreak on the Kim dynasty, you can head to CNN.com. There you'll find more insight on why the North Korean leader could be in big trouble. That's all on CNN.com as well as our app. All right, let's get you up to speed on some other stories that are on our radar. At least 10 people have died and more than 700,000 have been impacted by flooding and landslides in northeastern India. Some state is the worst affected area. Food deliveries have been disrupted there and elsewhere. Both state and national disaster forces are assisting in rescue operations. Jordan's king has issued a royal decree to limit the movements and communications of his half-brother, Prince Hamza, seen here. In a letter, King Abdullah said that he didn't believe his brother would change his ways. It comes a year after the prince was accused of plotting to undermine Jordan's stability. The Emir of Qatar is in Berlin, where he confirmed plans to start supplying natural gas to Germany in 2024. The Emir and the German Chancellor held a news conference in the German capital a short time ago. Berlin is scrambling to wean itself off gas imports from Russia in response to Moscow's attack on Ukraine. Ukraine's military is upbeat about the success of its recent counter-offensive, saying the Russian sieges of Kharkiv and Mykolaiv have been broken. When Kharkiv came under heavy Russian shelling during the early days of the Kremlin's war on Ukraine, thousands of people sought refuge underground. Now they're starting to return to the surface, but many have no homes to go back to. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh brings us their story.
The noises may be further away from Kharkiv, in its distant fields or villages. But part of the city still stays hidden, underground, in the subways near apocalyptic dark warrens. They came down to shelter just for the night, but that was 2 months ago. Homes now destroyed, but the fear of the bombs remaining. Most have nowhere to go. Officials have asked people to leave soon and stopped people sleeping, at least in the trains, which they have to get moving again. Ludmila keeps her place tidy and welcoming, but is alone here. Her flat bombed twice.
Одна, то я так люблю.
Понятно.
Уют.
Окей, понял. Спасибо.
Ну, нас же всех здесь убирают.
Да.
Против нас.
Против вас.
Да, еще война не закончилась, а нас спросят, как? Вот скажите, как?
А ваш дом где?
Ну, вот я снимаю здесь комнату, ну, под бомбежкой идти. Ну, нас никто не слышит.
In the damp, cold coffin, with food in one bucket, urine in another. This is the desperation Russia's war on Ukraine wanted to inflict. Luba is sat between her family and people whose name she doesn't even know.
Каждый день страшно было. Каждый день. Меня не знали, я его не знаю. Он чужой какой-то.
Even if Ukraine wins, this is still where it hurts, in the loss of presumptions about the most ordinary parts of life. Victor's shy, his mother says, sheltering in a game of two pirate ships attacking each other.
Мы там сидели до последнего. И в тамбуре уже и ночевали, и в туалете прятались. А уже были тут в метро, уже.
We see some deciding to leave already, yet still the framework of permanence sets in, and the outside's sunnier days turn noisy at night.
CNN's international security editor Nick Payton-Walsh is in Kharkiv. He's been covering the war from the front lines and reporting on its human impact since Russia invaded Ukraine in February. Right, when we come back, we will take you aboard a US aircraft carrier to see how the US military is flexing its muscle in the region. Stay tuned for that. As Joe Biden begins his first presidential visit to Asia, he is working to fulfill a campaign pledge to make the US more engaged on the world stage. His visit to South Korea and Japan will also include meeting with leaders of Australia and India as he attempts to unite democratic nations as a force against China's growing influence. Let's dive a little bit deeper into what Mr. Biden is hoping to accomplish. Joining me now is Sheila Smith. She is the Senior Fellow for Japan Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. Sheila, really good to see you. Ensuring that the US cements its relationships across Asia and specifically with other emerging markets like India is going to be absolutely vital if we're talking about a multilateral approach in terms of dealing with Russian aggression. What do you think his end game is going to be after this specific trip?
Well, thanks for having me. There's two reasons for the Biden trip at this particular time. The first one, of course, is this is part of the Biden administration's Indo-Pacific strategy. You saw last year, very early on, there were meetings in the region. We had prime ministers and presidents coming to the United States to visit with him in person. So Asia is a place that the Biden administration cares very deeply about and understands America needs to show up to make sure that there's no miscalculation by Beijing. But as you noted, of course, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has now made it a more acute challenge for the United States and its allies in the region to make sure that America isn't perceived as being distracted by what's happening in Europe and continues to play a significant strategic role in the Indo-Pacific.
Yeah. You actually also, in some of the analysis that you've done, that there's a concern that the US doesn't have the bandwidth to handle crises in both Europe and Asia at the same time. I shudder to think this was sort of the commentary that we heard around World War II, by the way. How are they going to act differently this time around? Because there's major concern that China might be sort of behind closed doors teaming up with the likes of Russia. Japan didn't play ball during Crimea. Now they are. They're aligned with the US. How important is it to cement these relationships?
Absolutely critical. And I think you've seen Japan really step up. And in this particular round of G7 coordination, you saw Japan impose sanctions on Russia, something that Japan is not used to doing, but also come to the aid of Ukraine and the countries surrounding Ukraine to stand up for what it believes are the rules of the post-war order. It doesn't want to see a global system that disregards aggression, especially blatant aggression of the type that Russia has just displayed. And again, Prime Minister Kishida, closer to home, has his eye on China, as you noted. The idea that China could use force to try to unify with Taiwan makes many in Tokyo, in Seoul, and obviously here in Washington very nervous about how to make sure that we deter that calculation on the part of China.
Do you think that the US does have the bandwidth to deal with issues both in Asia and in Europe? We've seen bullying by China. I guess that's the big concern.
I think it does. I think if you go to the worst case scenario where you've got ongoing wars in both Europe and Asia, which is what you were referencing, I think, with World War II, then that's a situation where the United States would really have to, engage its economy, engage its society in get ready for that kind of a war. But we are not there yet, and that's really important to remember. What I think the president is trying to convey to its allies, first in Seoul and then in Tokyo, is that the United States continues to keep its eye on the ball, so to speak, in the Indo-Pacific. And I think you'll see in the Quad meeting, which you referenced as well with India and Australia, that this is a new vehicle also in the region for these countries, like-minded democracies, to come together to demonstrate that they can coordinate, cooperate.
Yeah, it's interesting. Our veteran correspondent, Stephen Collinson, says this. He says, he's far from the first US president to prioritize US strategy in Asia, but events tend to get in the way of America's best laid plans. Years of US wars in the Middle East and South Asia seriously curtailed Washington's bandwidth for Asia in the early century. What would you say the most important piece of policy is going to come through in terms of changing that reality that Stephen Collinson is describing?
Well, I think the president is going to be very clear about Article 5 protections. These are the security treaty commitments of the United States to both Japan and South Korea. So you'll see a restatement of that commitment, I think, by the president. I think you're also likely to see, at least in Japan, a combined statement with the Japanese prime minister on acting together and in concert to deter aggression. So I think the important thing to remember here is not that the United States alone is going to manage the challenges of the Indo-Pacific, but instead is mobilizing a coalition of like-minded countries, allies, as well as friends and partners who also want to see the balance of power in the Indo-Pacific not tilt to their disadvantage. So this is a coalition strategy as much as it is an American strategy.
Yeah. Okay, very quickly, do you think that we would see a sub-alliance occurring globally with China, India, and other emerging markets team up with Russia?
I don't see India teaming up with China and Russia. I think India is trying to balance its interests here in a way, and it's a very difficult path to trod at the moment. Yeah. But I think you are seeing the Western democracies in Europe, in the Indo-Pacific, and of course us. We are much, much closer aligned today than we ever have been before. And I think that's an important balancing act that I think you'll see the United States continue to prioritize.
It is a balancing act indeed. Sheila Smith, really good to see you. Thank you so very much for that insight. President Biden's trip comes as China and North Korea increasingly flex their military muscles in the region, and the American response to that has come in the form of the USS Abraham Lincoln, one of the largest fighting ships in the world. The aircraft carrier is deployed right where Beijing and Pyongyang can see it, and CNN's Blake Essig went on board to check it out.
If you ask United States 7th Fleet Commander Carl Thomas, this is what deterrence looks and sounds like.
Deterrence to date has worked, and I'm hopeful that it continues to work, but my job is to be prepared in case it doesn't.
For the past several months, the U.S. Navy carrier Strike Group 3, led by the USS Abraham Lincoln and armed with the U.S. Navy's most advanced fighter wing, has conducted joint drills with allies like Japan and patrolled the waters of the Indo-Pacific.
Being out here operating as a very visible, a very agile, dynamic force, there's no better way to provide the deterrence that we need in this part of the region.
This aircraft carrier brings massive firepower to the region. Its purpose to project power, increase security, and serve as a deterrent to countries like China, North Korea, and Russia. But in a part of the world seemingly more unstable by the day, the effectiveness of a carrier strike group like this as a deterrence to adversaries has been called into question.
We need to have a more robust, like-minded states coalition. Because China's rise is now the global phenomenon.
A reality that isn't lost on Quad member states, a coalition made up of the United States, Japan, Australia, and India, whose leaders are set to meet in Tokyo early next week. With South Korea watching from the sidelines, member states are likely to discuss a unified response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the recent flurry of weapons tests conducted by North Korea, and of course, China.
One of the things that China doesn't have is friends and allies. They have subjects. We have friends and allies who want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the United States.
Well, the Quad isn't a NATO-like mutual defense commitment. Continuing to upgrade security cooperation between Quad member states and other like-minded nations in this region is extremely important to maintaining maritime security.
But according to Cleo Pascal, an Indo-Pacific strategic specialist, the key to combating China's rise isn't necessarily through military strength.
By the time you get to the military part, you're almost too late. You don't want to cut off China militarily. You want to block its influence politically and economically first.
However, as China and Russia work to strengthen their own military alliance in the region, Rear Admiral J.T. Anderson says the U.S.'s presence, along with the strength of its allies, has proven to be an effective deterrent. Nevertheless, if that deterrent fails,
our job is to fight and win, period.
An outcome no one wants, but one the U.S. military and its allies must prepare for. Blake Essig, CNN, on board the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Philippine Sea.
Right, and coming up, the new creative way conservationists have found to raise endangered baby condors without exposing them to human contact. That story is coming up. And looking ahead, the harp is a symbol of Ireland's pride, but there's a tussle over who controls it. A serious conversation and a friendly pint a little later. The Andean condor is one of the world's largest birds. They can soar up to 160 kilometers at a stretch without even flapping their wings. But despite their epic grandeur, they're under threat. Today on Call to Earth, a Rolex Awards laureate who has developed a way to breed the giant birds, giving them a chance at survival.
High on a hilltop in the Andes, a moment of transcendence is about to take place.
When the condor takes flight, all of us feel like we rise with him.
This Andean condor has been bred in captivity and never flown before. Now, it's doing it with an audience to celebrate its release into the wild.
The connection with an iconic species for thousands of years has inspired man to look up at the sky and connect with the sacred.
It's the life's work of Argentinian biologist Norberto Luis Jacome.
Our mission is to conserve the Andean condor and through the condor to reconnect people with nature.
Endemic to South America, numbers of these soaring birds are plummeting across the continent. Sometimes mistaken for predators, they face threats from human activities like hunting and poisoning from toxic baits.
Many condors come down to eat dead animals to fulfill their role of scavenger. They ingest lead bullets, and lead kills them.
With a wingspan of up to 10 feet, these giant birds are slow to reproduce. So Jacome and his team developed a captive breeding program at the Buenos Aires Eco Park. They take one egg from a breeding pair, which prompts the condors to produce a second egg shortly after. ensuring all the eggs aren't in one basket.
So the second egg is raised by the couple. We can get 2 chicks for each couple per year, when in reality, condors would have 1 offspring every 3 years.
After 2 months of careful monitoring, a tiny miracle. If needed, the chicks receive a helping hand to break free. Caring for newborn chicks while ensuring they don't become attached to humans requires thinking outside the box.
All the contact that the fledgling has here will be through latex puppets that represent its parents. At that moment, you are the father, you are the mother, you are responsible for that life.
Hakome says the program has raised 78 chicks and rescued and released hundreds of condors throughout South America. But an increase in poisoning has killed 150 condors in just the past 2 years.
It means that a whole effort, a lifetime of 30 years, is not enough if we do not change that relationship we have with the environment.
Here, Hakome's team celebrates the release of the condors with the Mapuches and Tehuelches communities, who have long had reverence for this bird. As part of a traditional ceremony, the event is transformed from the scientific to the spiritual.
It opens hearts, it opens people's minds, and people quickly, in a practical way, understand why we should take care of Mother Nature.
Incredible efforts there. All right, let us know what you're doing to answer the call with the hashtag Call to Earth. We'll be right back. How do you go about removing carbon emissions from the atmosphere? One answer, believe it or not, is seaweed, and it could net a fisherman in the US state of Maine $100 million, courtesy of Elon Musk. CNN chief climate correspondent Bill Weir has more.
To avoid cascading disaster, science agrees that it won't be enough just to stop using fossil fuels. Humanity must remove trillions of tons of planet-cooking pollution already in our seas and sky. And whoever figures out how to do that might just get $100 million from Elon Musk.
You know, sometimes people say, well, just plant a bunch of trees. I'm like, that's not so easy. You need to get fertilizer, you're going to water them, where's the water going to come from? What habitat are you potentially destroying where the trees used to be?
With his year-old Carbon X Prize, the controversial billionaire says he wants to lure out the geniuses who will figure out how to capture and store carbon dioxide on massive scales.
It's a Godzilla. Yeah. It's burning forests down, it's stealing our fish.
And among the finalists is a humble fisherman from Maine.
There's this thing out there and it's like ruining everything that we love, right? All the good stuff is getting ruined.
Your dream was to have a boat?
Yeah, I just wanted a boat. I really just wanted a boat. There just aren't any mackerel. Like they swim north, they swim east, and they're now probably up in Iceland.
With his beloved Gulf of Maine getting warmer and more acidic by the day, Marty Odlin quit chasing mackerel, built a team of geniuses, and went fishing for carbon dioxide with seaweed. Because kelp grows and gobbles CO2 much faster than trees, needs no land or fertilizer, and when it sinks to the deep ocean, the carbon can be locked away for 1,000 years. But kelp needs sunlight and something to hold on to. So Marty, who is also an engineer, went to the drawing board, and he settled on floating thousands of high-tech buoys in the North Atlantic, each holding a little kelp forest, while a ring of limestone serves as the antacid for the ocean. Solar power runs a camera and instruments connected to the cloud, and when a crop is cut and falls into the deep, Marty gets a carbon credit from a $1 billion fund set up by Canadian e-commerce giant Shopify. You have a couple high-profile investors behind you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that'll be enough if government can't get its act together?
No.
This has to be.
No, it's just the math. People spend billions of dollars to see if there's an oil field, right? And what we're trying to do is build the oil industry in reverse.
He imagines the Portland docks coming back to life to capture carbon the way they once built ships to beat Hitler.
It's a race that no one loses as long as someone wins. Like, I don't care, like, you know, like, as long as somebody wins this race, like, cool, right? Right. I don't care who moves the most of it.
So he's thrilled to see competition like Beth Zoller among the Silicon Valley startups betting on big kelp.
So if you end up being the Henry Ford of carbon through seaweed, this is your Model A,
exactly.
I guess.
Yes, this is Gen 1.
She envisions massive seaweed farms anchored closer to shore. But since rope can tangle sea mammals, her team invented a whale-safe scaffolding screwed in place by underwater drones and fed by upwellers that use wave energy to spin up nutrients in cold water from the deep.
Amanda and Beth have 2 offers on the table for their seaweed-based bacon company.
And before her crops are hauled and dumped, another one of her companies will extract the plant protein and turn it into meat alternatives.
I'll do that deal.
What are we waiting for? Are we waiting for all the fish to go away? Mm-hmm. I'm seeing enough go away. Do I have to wait for, does the ocean have to be completely dead before we get our act together? And so but you see, I think all this anxiety, all this frustration that people have is just because we haven't been unleashed.
And thanks to CNN Chief Climate Correspondent Bill Weir for that report. And in tonight's Parting Shots, we're finding plenty of passion in Ireland. Who can lay claim to its official symbol, the harp? Guinness, famous around the world for its Irish stout, is having a bit of a barney with the government over the country's emblem. CNN's Richard Quest went in search of some grace notes, starting at Trinity College in Dublin. Take a look.
I'm not one to harp on about conflict, but in Ireland, the dispute over this musical instrument goes back hundreds of years.
The Brian Boru harp.
It's the famous Brian Boru harp, and it dates back to the 14th century. It serves as the inspiration for 2 beloved symbols of Ireland, the state emblem and the Guinness livery. Guinness claims they got to the trademark office first, registering the harp in 1876, a move which forced the Irish government to turn its official harp the other way round when the state was established half a century later. The current Taoiseach, not surprisingly, a master at political spin. I heard that Guinness trademarked the harp in a particular orientation, and now even the government has to have the other way round because Guinness has the trademark?
No, my understanding is it's the opposite way around. This government has the trademark and Guinness has to do it the other way. But it's a very good pint and it tastes very well. But if you really want an alternative, come to my city of Cork and have a pint of Murphy's.
Richard always finds a way to do all the fun stories. That was Richard Quest. Thank you so very much for joining us here on Connect the World. One World with Zane Asher is up next. From me, Eleni Jarkos, thanks so much for joining me. Becky Anderson will be back with you on Monday. Take care.
Hello everyone, I'm Zane Asher in New York and this is One World. Russia says it's close to controlling a critical area
in eastern Ukraine as it ramps up attacks from both land and air. The focus of this ruthless bombardment is Severodonetsk, the last Ukrainian stronghold, standing in Moscow's way as it tries to capture the Luhansk region. Local officials say the intensity of shelling has doubled, with Russian troops assaulting residential areas house by house. But Kyiv says its defensive lines are holding. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is slamming the escalation in violence as brutal and as pointless, accusing Russia of completely destroying the region.
The armed forces of Ukraine continue the liberation of the Kharkiv region. But in Donbas, the occupiers are trying to increase pressure. There's hell, and that is not an exaggeration.
To the south, the dramatic last stand may be nearing an end. The commander of the Azov regiment says that the Ukrainian military has ordered troops to stop defending Mariupol. It comes as Russia claims nearly 2,000 soldiers have now surrendered at the steel plant there. CNN's Suzanne Malveaux joins us live now from Lviv. So we just heard Zelensky there warning that the Donbass region is pretty much turning into hell. Russian soldiers gaining an advantage right now. Suzanne, what more can you tell us?
President Zelensky, as you said, calling and characterizing that situation as hell, also saying many dead just north of Kyiv in the Desna village there. There's 40 miles from the border with Belarus. Still no count on the bodies, but certainly he said many, many dead. The civilians clearly are the targets here from the Russians. And yes, we have seen in the Donbass area an escalation, specifically when it comes to those civilian targets. We've seen these pictures, these photos that were sent of high-rise apartment buildings, as well as the aftermath of these missile strikes. We know that in the Luhansk region, there were 12 civilians who had been killed over the course of 24 hours, as well as 60 buildings destroyed. And Severodonetsk, of course, that is where 70% of the housing has been decimated, and you're looking at areas where there's no electricity, where there is no food, no communication, that has also been knocked out. So you can imagine the situation now that as the Russian forces are trying to just power through that last portion of that region that they are trying to control. But President Zelensky is saying they have not yet been successful, that they have held the defensive line here. They have not gained territory. They've also not taken a critical town in that region that is used by the Ukrainian military to resupply their defensive lines. And so to that end, this is a stalemate and to some extent a success, but nevertheless, civilians paying very dearly for this. Zain?
And specifically in terms of Mariupol, Ukrainian soldiers are now being told to stop defending the city. What does that mean for the fate and the future of Mariupol, Suzanne?
It is so uncertain, Zain. Of course, we have heard from that commander who is inside the steel plant, who is saying to his units that it is time to stop fighting. It is time to surrender here. But on social media, we have been observing, we have been monitoring, and we have been verifying those who have been communicating from inside that plant. Some of them various high-level officials within the military saying the fight is not over, the war is not over. We have heard from a soldier who's been providing us with what he hopes are beautiful pictures. He said he wanted to provide of what is inside. It's almost a goodbye on his Instagram page. He said that's it. Thank you for the shelter. Azovstal, the place of my death and my life. There's another person, a deputy commander inside of the steel plant as well, who issued a video statement suggesting perhaps that there is more afoot. Just watch.
My command and I are on the territory of Azovstal plant. An operation is underway. I will not give any details. I'm grateful to the whole world and to Ukraine for support. See you.
And so, Zane, it is very uncertain at this time, difficult for the loved ones of those some 2,000 who have been evacuated, some of them in an area hospital, 50 or so severely wounded, others at a detention facility under Russian control, in Russian hands, and of course, those soldiers who are still inside of that steel plant, what they decide to do, whether or not they surrender, give up, or if there is something else that will take place, we just don't know, and the families really feeling the pain of that uncertainty, Zane.
Right, Suzanne Malveaux live for us there. Thank you so much. Ukraine is also reporting attacks around a major seaport. According to President Zelensky, the southwestern region of Odessa is seeing constant strikes from Russian forces. Part of the area had already been damaged in previous attacks, including one that ripped through an apartment complex and shattered the lives of residents. CNN's Sarah Seidner has more.
The moment a Russian missile slammed into an apartment building on Easter weekend in Odessa. Yuri Glodin's family was inside, waiting for him to return from the grocery store. On the way home, that's when I heard an explosion. I felt immediately something bad had happened. I tried to call my wife. She did not answer. When he got there, chaos. Police and EMS had arrived. He and a bystander ran in to try and find his family. We began to clear away the rubble, and this is how, alongside EMS staff, we were able to find the bodies of my family, all murdered. First, they found his mother-in-law Ludmila's body, then his wife's body, but his 3-month-old daughter was missing. They were being told to leave for fear of a building collapse. I was constantly shouting, he says, "There is still a child up there. Did you find the child or not?" Eventually, they found her little body lifeless. He returned to find her blood-soaked baby stroller the next day. It's hard to live with this. My family was my whole life. I lived for their sake. When my baby came along, I understood the meaning of life, he says. 19-year-old Alexei can't believe he is still alive. He was in the same apartment complex. The explosion sent slabs of scorching hot concrete and shrapnel into his body. I realized that a rocket had hit my place and I started to burn, he says. I thought another minute and I would definitely turn into ash. I felt everything. 20% of his body was burned, his hands, arms, and back. Jagged pieces of shrapnel had to be removed from his legs as well. He cannot do simple things for himself at the moment, but he is thankful for simply being alive. It's a miracle for everyone, for me as well, he says. Before the blast, he was preparing to take to the seas and work on a commercial supply ship. Now, he's just practicing walking again. His neighbor, once surrounded by family, now walks alone. We used to walk in the park when my wife was pregnant. Every place he now goes in Odessa, a reminder of what a Russian missile took from him. His wife, child, and mother-in-law, now dead and buried. With each deadly strike, a new and terrible story is born in Ukraine. Sarah Seidner, CNN, Odessa.
The first Russian soldier to be tried for war crimes in Ukraine says he did not want to kill an unarmed civilian. The 21-year-old tank commander has pleaded guilty to the fatal shooting, which happened in northeastern Ukraine on the 4th day of the war. But he says he was nervous and that he regrets his actions. His lawyer says the court should blame Russia's leadership instead.
The leadership of the Russian Federation is to blame for this war, not this boy. He was trying to save his own life, especially from the threat that came from his fellow servicemen.
Prosecutors are seeking a life sentence. The judge could hand down a verdict on Monday. Vladimir Putin is intimately involved in the day-to-day management of his war in Ukraine, according to sources familiar with Western intelligence. And now we're learning there actually may be a reason why. The British Ministry of Defense reports the Kremlin fired senior commanders over poor performance during the initial stages of the invasion. CNN's Nada Bashir joins us live now from London. So Nada, the fear of getting fired over poor performance, tongue twister there, no doubt having an impact on Russia's military. How much pressure are they under?
Well, look, Zain, this is all focusing on the early stages of Russia's invasion. And we've heard previously from NATO sources, from Western officials in the US and in the UK as well, that the Russian armed forces face significant challenges. And one of the key challenges in its invasion of Ukraine was this issue around command challenges, so around the upper ranks of the Russian armed forces, as well as low troop morale within the armed forces throughout the invasion. Now we're learning from this latest intelligence from the UK Ministry of Defence that some senior members, some senior commanders of the Russian armed forces have potentially been suspended over what you mentioned there, the poor performance of the Russian armed forces in those early stages. We know, according to Western intelligence, that Russia didn't necessarily make the sort of advances it had projected or at least hoped to make in those first few weeks of its invasion. And the UK Ministry of Defence has listed some key individuals within the Russian armed forces. They've listed Lieutenant General Serhiy Kisel, who's reportedly been suspended for his failure to capture Kharkiv, Vice Admiral Igor Ospipov, who commanded Russia's Black Sea Fleet. He's also believed to have been suspended following the sinking of Russia's Moskva warship back in April. And also a key here is Russia's Chief of General Staff, Valery Gerasimov. Now, he is believed to still be in post, but the British Ministry of Defence has said it's unclear whether he retains the confidence of President Putin. So clearly there, the upper ranks of Russia's armed forces coming under some strain. And, you know, we heard earlier in your show of the intensification of Russia's bombardment of the Donbass region, the intensification of those attacks around that region. But obviously as well, we've also heard from various Western officials, from Western sources, indeed from NATO itself, that Russia isn't necessarily making the sorts of gains or advances that it might have projected. We've seen President Putin, other senior officials within the Kremlin previously in earlier days and weeks putting out a strong show of force. We saw President Putin early last week at the Victory Day Parade in Moscow. So clearly they are trying to portray an image of strength. But we also know from Western sources that Russia has suffered significant troop losses, and that also coming from Ukrainian officials. So there is a concern there around troop morale and how long and how sustainable Russia's military invasion of Ukraine can last. Zain?
All right, Nada Bashir, live for us there. Thank you so much. All right, coming up, weeks after a massive military parade in North Korea's capital, some people there started dying of a so-called fever. How the nation is scrambling to avert a COVID disaster ahead. At this hour, US President Joe Biden is in Seoul, South Korea. It is the first stop of his first trip to Asia since taking office. Earlier, he visited a Samsung plant that makes semiconductors. The 5-day trip will also take him to Japan as well. His mission is to reaffirm key alliances at an uncertain moment in East Asia. North Korea will, of course, be top of mind here. There's certainly concern that Pyongyang may conduct a missile test during Mr. Biden's trip. In Seoul, the president expressed the importance of the region to the global community.
So much of the future of the world is going to be written here in the Indo-Pacific over the next several decades. We're standing at an inflection point in history where the decisions we make today will have far-reaching impacts on the world we leave to our children tomorrow.
CNN's Jeremy Diamond is traveling with the president. He joins us live now from Seoul. So, Jeremy, this trip certainly serves as a reminder to the president and to all of us that there are dangers lurking in this world beyond just the war in Ukraine, North Korea, of course, being one of them.
No doubt about it, Zane. Listen, President Biden came into office hoping to complete that long-standing pivot to Asia that we have heard from several presidents preceding President Biden. But then, of course, came the war in Ukraine, which has dominated so much of President Biden's foreign policy attention for the last several months. Now he is here in Asia to try and demonstrate that he can do both, that he is still committed to that pivot to Asia. And it comes, as you just mentioned, at a moment of heightened tension with North Korea, as U.S. intelligence indicates that North Korea may be preparing to test an intercontinental ballistic missile and or a nuclear weapon while President Biden is in the region. That would certainly be a headline-grabbing, provocative step by North Korea, one that U.S. officials say they are indeed prepared for. Now, President Biden is also focusing on economic security as he's here in the region. We heard President Biden earlier on Friday talking at a Samsung chip manufacturing facility, and he drew on the war in Ukraine as he sought to emphasize the need for the U.S. and its allies to rely on each other and not on these autocratic regimes for key supply chain issues, key technology components. And while the president didn't explicitly mention China, the subtext could not have been more clear, Zane. And that's going to be a message that President Biden is going to emphasize over these next several days, is the need for the U.S. and its democratic allies in the region, like South Korea, like Japan, to increase their economic cooperation as we see, of course, China posing what the U.S. sees as a growing economic threat in the region. President Biden and his aides have repeatedly emphasized that they believe that the Indo-Pacific region as a whole is what's going to define the next decade, the next century even, according to the president and his aides.
All right, Jeremy Diamond live for us there. Thank you so much. North Korea is facing a COVID-19 disaster. The country announced that it's dealing with a, quote, explosive outbreak of what it calls a fever, and that infections have surpassed 2 million in little more than a week since the first case was reported. CNN's Will Ripley has more.
The mood was triumphant, the crowd massive, most people not wearing masks. At last month's military parade in Pyongyang, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un promised to protect his people from hostile forces like the U.S. Protection from the virus that would soon ravage his unvaccinated population? Non-existent. Weeks later, a devastating fever, believed to be undiagnosed COVID-19, infecting and killing some of Pyongyang's most privileged citizens.
The military parade was a super spreader event, and we know that they flew in citizens from across North Korea.
Some of those citizens from the Chinese border region, a place I visited 5 years ago. North Koreans are living a literal stone's throw away from the raging Omicron outbreak in China. Beijing pledged to help Pyongyang battle the outbreak. The Hermit Kingdom's hermetically sealed border apparently breached by the highly contagious variant. 2 years of pandemic isolation, 2 years of sacrifice, gone in one parade.
That's the perfect petri dish for this virus to spread. So I think that parade will go down in history as a very bad idea for North Korea.
A colossal miscalculation, and experts say the likely cause of North Korea's explosive outbreak. An unprecedented nationwide lockdown, skyrocketing infections and deaths, a dilapidated healthcare system on the verge of collapse, lacking even the most basic medicines and medical equipment. Millions of malnourished North Koreans at higher risk of severe infection.
I think it's going to test his leadership, certainly, and it's going to create some urgency for very creative storytelling in the North Korean propaganda apparatus.
North Korean propaganda, crucial to keeping the Kim family in power, even during times of crisis, like the deadly famine of the late 1990s, when citizens literally ate tree bark to survive. The Kims rule over a police state that relies on heavy surveillance, restricted movement, and brutal political prison camps.
They strengthened social controls because they had the fear that, if there is an outbreak, if there is a crisis, that was what happened in the 1990s, that, the police, the secret police, the military, they all went hungry.
Now, they're getting sick. State media says around 2 million fever cases in 1 week. A crisis of Kim's own creation, potentially devastating hardship for the North Korean people. Will Ripley, CNN, Taipei.
All right, it's been 9 months since the Taliban seized control of Afghanistan, and with each passing day, more rights and more freedoms are being stripped away from Afghan girls and women. Just this week, the militant group ordered all female TV presenters, TV anchors to cover their faces while they are on the air. Now, many journalists fear what could be next. CNN's Christiane Amanpour reports.
For the past 5 months, Khatira Ahmadi has been anchoring the morning news on Tolo TV. But this might be the last time she can show her face on air. The morning editorial meeting starts with worried discussion about mandatory masking. Station director Khpolwak Sapai says he'd even considered just shutting down and leaving. But then he thought female staff who want to carry on anchoring with a mask can, while those who don't will get other jobs behind the scenes.
We will leave the last decision up to them. They will make their own decision.
And it's a tough decision for these women who braved the new Taliban regime to stay on the air, who've already adjusted their headscarves to hide their hair, and who now fear a steep slide back to the Middle Ages. Khatira says she's so stressed she couldn't even present her program properly.
It's not clear. Even if we appear with the burqa, maybe they will say that women's voices are forbidden. They want women to be removed from the screen. They are afraid of an educated woman.
Across town, the Taliban government spokesman Zabiullah Mujahid was attending a meeting with local journalists to mark a slightly delayed World Press Freedom Day. We stopped him on the way in.
You have said they have to wear a face mask if they're on television. Women. Why?
It's advisory from the ministry, he says.
But what does that mean? Is it compulsory?
If it is said, they should wear it. It'll be implemented as it is in our religion too, says Mujahid. It is good if it's implemented.
Afghan women are afraid that this is the beginning of your efforts to erase them from the workspace. They're afraid that if they wear the mask, the next thing you will say is their voice cannot be heard publicly. What is your response to that?
Like during COVID, he says, masks were mandatory. Women would only be wearing hijab or masks and they will continue their work. He seems to say that if women wear this, they can go to work. But the dress code edicts, like saying female university students must now wear black, not colored headscarves, is an escalating war of nerves, and everyone fears where this will lead. Back at Tolo News, these female anchors are distraught. What should we do, cries Tahmina. We don't know. We were ready to fight to the last to perform our work, but they don't allow us. We women have been taken hostage, says Hila. Women can't get themselves educated or work. Like me, who's worked on screen for years and couldn't leave Afghanistan. Due to the fear of the Taliban, I can't go on screen again. Since the Taliban takeover, the stations employed even more women than before because they need a safe space. And as for the actual journalism, Tolo News is Afghanistan's leading independent news channel. But director Sapai says they'll all quit the day the Taliban pressures them to tailor their coverage or lie to a public that's come to trust the truth they've been delivering over 20 years. He's saved the station so far, recruiting a whole new staff after most employees fled the Taliban's arrival.
And from management level, I've stood alone. And I was considered, I was only thinking that how to keep the screen alive, not to go dark.
The challenge now is keeping it from going dark. Christiana Manpour, CNN, Kabul, Afghanistan.
All right, coming up here, there are children around the world will now only eat one meal a day, victims of a solvable global hunger crisis. A spokesperson for the World Food Programme joins us next to discuss. Hello and welcome back to One World. Our world is being called upon to address a mortifying situation. War plus COVID plus the climate change crisis is leading to devastating starvation. The UN Security Secretary General says tens of millions of people around the world are experiencing emergency levels of hunger. In many places, children can only get one meal per day, which means it's only a matter of time before chronic sickness sets in. Whole families are embarking on perilous journeys in desperate attempts to simply survive. The World Food Programme has identified what it calls hunger hotspots in places like Syria, Afghanistan, Yemen, South Sudan and Madagascar. Well over half the populations are experiencing food insecurity. You can hear the anguish in the voice of the program's executive director, sounding the alarm again for world leaders this week in New York. I want you to listen to this.
Before the Ukraine crisis struck, I had been saying to leaders around the world that we were facing an unprecedented storm, a perfect storm because of conflict, climate, and COVID. And just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, Ethiopia. And then you thought it can't get any worse, and then Afghanistan. And then when you really thought it couldn't get any worse, Ukraine.
Time now for the exchange and more on the hunger crisis. My next guest is actively racing against time to help get food where it's urgently needed. Joining me live now is Thompson Phiri, global spokesperson for the World Food Programme. Thompson, thank you so much for being with us. I want to start by talking about the war in Ukraine and how that's impacting food shortages and food supplies around the world. If Russia doesn't release Ukrainian exports, if these ports in Ukraine remain closed, what happens to the world's access to food, Thompson?
Well, it's devastating. We are running out of words to describe what might actually happen. This was a world that was already on fire even before the onset of the conflict. We were gearing up to reach 130 million people in need in what we thought would be the biggest operation yet. Well, we are now gearing to reach 150 million people. The war in Ukraine is wreaking havoc both at home and abroad. We have a major global food crisis on our doorsteps. In fact, in 81 countries where the World Food Programme works, acute hunger is expected to rise by 47 million people if the conflict in Ukraine continues unabated. Now, that's a staggering 17% jump. And most of those steepest rises are unfortunately in sub-Saharan Africa and many others. Now we are talking of upwards of 320 million people that could face acute hunger in 2022.
Right, because it's about 45 countries in Africa, the majority of Africa, that actually rely on food coming from Eastern Europe, coming from Ukraine and Russia. And while we talk about, the ports in Ukraine being closed and the country not being able to export grain, for example, it's important to note that Russia and sanctions against Russia are also a factor in this as well. Walk us through that.
Look, not only Ukraine, you're right, also Russia. These are powerhouse producers of food. I mean, the Ukraine alone produces enough food to feed 400 million people worldwide. And now millions of tons of grain are stuck in country, unable to flow out onto markets and into countries that need it the most. Countries in Africa, countries in the Middle East, countries in Asia, which have relied not only on Ukraine, but also on Russia for grain imports. I mean, there are several countries, Yemen, Lebanon, Egypt, Syria, Algeria, Morocco, Sudan, Somalia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I could go on and on, but these are just a few, but many more will certainly feel the pinch. Also, beyond the global grain and energy markets, there are countries with very strong economic ties to Russia. Cuba, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, for example, they are also likely to be affected. So it's going to be devastating. It is going to engulf the entire world. It's only a matter of time.
And then just in terms of a solution, because we obviously have to talk about that, the UN World Food Programme is asking for $12 billion at this point in time to try to solve global food shortages. Just explain to us how specifically that money will be spent and how it will be distributed.
The World Food Programme is implementing activities. We have at least operations in about 120 countries where we have presence in the world. Even at the start of the year, we were struggling for resources. We fundraise on the go. We are 100% voluntarily. What the money will do, it will go directly into boosting our coffers. We will be able to buy food, to move food, in some areas to provide cash. We need to provide assistance to people. We need to provide assistance to refugees, people who have been displaced. Plus also, this is a war that was already on fire. We were already dealing with issues such as COVID-19, which created additional burdens and imposed on us more people that needed assistance, people that we didn't have to assist in Afghanistan. And all those people are people whom we are going to have to reach with some kind of assistance in the North so distant.
And just talk to us a bit more about how we got here, because obviously there's been so much made of the war that's happening in Ukraine and how the fact that, you know, most African countries rely on food exports from both Ukraine and Russia. However, the problem already existed well before conflict broke out in Ukraine. It's a combination of factors. You've got COVID-19, for example. You've also got the climate crisis. You've got the fact that there are still a handful of countries, many African countries, that are in the middle of civil wars. So how has all of that played into the food shortages that we're seeing right now?
You are so right. There are a number of factors. The COVID-19, climate-induced shocks. You have rising costs. You have countries that are yet to recover fully. You have conflicts in many contexts, and all these factors are colliding together. So it is a combination of factors that are now culminating in playing out in food shortages. It's going to take us a while, but we know what we can do. If resources are available and access is guaranteed and sustained, the World Food Programme can quickly turn around this situation. We can immediately move in with food assistance, move in with cash assistance, be able to boost production where it's needed in some contexts. So all these factors that are playing out, we can immediately reverse this. We also need deeper political engagement. We need peace in most of these places. We need access for humanitarians so that we are able to work and provide assistance where it's needed.
All right, Thompson, Viral, Life First, thank you so much. When you think about the fact that there are children in this world that are only able to eat one meal for the entire day, one meal per 24-hour period, it's such a reminder of how fortunate we all are if you don't have to deal with that. Thompson, we have to leave it there. Thank you so much. All right. We might end world hunger if we fix the climate crisis. Well, a fisherman in the US state of Maine and some others are competing to come up with ways to remove carbon emissions from the atmosphere using seaweed. It could net them $100 million courtesy of Elon Musk. CNN's chief climate correspondent Bill Weir explains.
To avoid cascading disaster, science agrees that it won't be enough just to stop using fossil fuels. Humanity must remove trillions of tons of planet-cooking pollution already in our seas and sky. And whoever figures out how to do that might just get $100 million from Elon Musk.
You know, sometimes people say, well, just plant a bunch of trees. I'm like, that's not so easy. You need to get fertilizer, you're going to water them, where's the water going to come from? What habitat are you potentially destroying where the trees used to be?
With his year-old Carbon X Prize, the controversial billionaire says he wants to lure out the geniuses who will figure out how to capture and store carbon dioxide on massive scales.
It's a Godzilla. Yeah. It's burning forests down, it's stealing our fish.
And among the finalists is a humble fisherman from Maine.
There's this thing out there and it's like ruining everything that we love, right? All the good stuff is getting ruined.
Your dream was to have a boat.
Yeah, I just wanted a boat. I really just wanted a boat. There just aren't any mackerel. Like they swim north, they swim east, and they're now probably up in Iceland.
With his beloved Gulf of Maine getting warmer and more acidic by the day, Marty Odlin quit chasing mackerel, built a team of geniuses, and went fishing for carbon dioxide with seaweed. Because kelp grows and gobbles CO2 much faster than trees, needs no land or fertilizer, and when it sinks to the deep ocean, the carbon can be locked away for 1,000 years. But kelp needs sunlight and something to hold on to. So Marty, who is also an engineer, went to the drawing board, and he settled on floating thousands of high-tech buoys in the North Atlantic, each holding a little kelp forest, while a ring of limestone serves as the antacid for the ocean. Solar power runs a camera and instruments connected to the cloud. And when a crop is cut and falls into the deep, Marty gets a carbon credit from a $1 billion fund set up by Canadian e-commerce giant Shopify. You have a couple high-profile investors behind you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that'll be enough if government can't get its act together?
No.
This has to be.
No, it's just the math. People spend billions of dollars to see if there's an oil field, right? And what we're trying to do is build the oil industry in reverse.
He imagines the Portland docks coming back to life to capture carbon the way they once built ships to beat Hitler.
It's a race that no one loses as long as someone wins. Like, I don't care, like, you know, like, as long as somebody wins this race, like, cool, right?
Right.
I don't care who moves the most of it.
So he's thrilled to see competition like Beth Zoller among the Silicon Valley startups betting on big kelp. So if you end up being the Henry Ford of carbon through seaweed, this is your Model A,
Exactly. Yes, this is Gen 1.
She envisions massive seaweed farms anchored closer to shore. But since rope can tangle sea mammals, her team invented a whale-safe scaffolding screwed in place by underwater drones and fed by upwellers that use wave energy to spin up nutrients in cold water from the deep.
Amanda and Beth have 2 offers on the table for their seaweed-based bacon company.
And before her crops are hauled and dumped, another one of her companies will extract the plant protein and turn it into meat alternatives.
I'll do that deal.
What are we waiting for? Are we waiting for all the fish to go away? I'm seeing enough go away. Do I have to wait for, does the ocean have to be completely dead before we get our act together? And so but you see, I think all this anxiety, all this frustration that people have, is just because we haven't been unleashed.
Thank you so much for watching. I'm Zain Asher. Inside Africa is up next. You're watching CNN.
South Africa's winelands, as they're known, are among the most beautiful wine-producing regions in the world. But sometimes that beauty can be deceptive. Outside Wellington, in South Africa's Western Cape Province, a family of scientists is developing strategies to fight one of the biggest threats to the wine industry worldwide.
It's beautiful, the symptom itself. It looks like the vineyards are completely on fire, and that's an indication of how widespread this virus actually occurs. And what very few people know is the terrible effect that it actually has on the wine and the grape quality.
At the Patho Solutions Laboratory, Professor Gerard Peterson works alongside his son and daughter, studying the virus behind leaf roll disease.
The virus produces almost like a blockage in the nutrient system of the plant. So you get all the kind of physiological effects that such a blocking would cause. The leaf turns this red color. The grapes themselves start growing very unevenly. They get ripe at different times of the year. They don't produce the colors they need. They don't produce the sugars that you need for wine production.
But it's not all about time spent in the lab.
That kind of work is theoretical until it actually gets applied somewhere.
Andre van Rensburg was one winemaker who embraced the professor's recommendations at one of South Africa's oldest, most prestigious and award-winning wine estates.
Now, Vergelegen was founded in 1700 by the then governor at the Cape, Willem Adrian van der Stel. And as he knew the fine estates of Europe, he had a very simple goal. He wanted to establish Vergelegen as one of the great wine estates of the world.
Today, after 25 years here, van Rensburg is still pursuing that goal.
The hypothesis is that older vineyards make better wine. For me, it has always been the challenge to make wine from vineyards older than 20 years. But how do you get rid of leaf roll virus? And that has always been the great challenge for us. Your vineyards don't really get older than 15 to 20 years. And if they get to 20 years, they're sick. And the sick person or athlete or plant can't compete with a healthy one. Get rid of leaf roll virus, then we can see how great South Africa can be with healthy vineyards.
Today, Professor Peterson has returned to Creation Wines, voted number 10 in the 2021 World's Best Vineyards and number 1 in Africa. They too have embraced his clean vine philosophy.
Having had them as partners really made the control of the disease practical. Other growers could see that it actually works. The first step in controlling this disease is to start off with clean planting material that has been put through 2 techniques which eliminate the virus, and then from there on these plants are propagated.
Once nurseries have grown healthy young vines, they are ideally planted in virgin soil to create a perfect clean system.
And as an exchange, then they would be able to come and cut in the winter the prunings that they can regrafting new plants virus-free. So for us it was just a win-win. So we basically gave our farm a little bit as the guinea pig.
It's a collaboration that, according to Creation's viticulturalist, has paid dividends.
So it was virgin soil, so there wasn't any viruses in the ground or any other problems, so they could choose where to plant specific cultivars, so they could plan it perfectly from the start. With Professor Peterson to take it to the next level, to teach us what to do and what not to do, to give us advice. We are lucky to have 99.9% virus-free vines on the farm.
The team continues to work with Vititech, the organization which supplied them with the virus-free vines 20 years ago.
We not want to pull out the vineyards after 20 years. We want to carry over to 40, 50 years and maybe just replace the plants who dies and just replanting youngers into the older vineyards. So it was for us a no-brainer.
If you give the winemaker bad grapes, you cannot make good wine. So our challenge is to always give the best grapes so that they can make the best wine.
More you're taking a kind of a minimalistic intervention approach. When the quality of grapes comes to your cellar door, you really doesn't want to fiddle too much around and really take nature this path to get to the end product. Be close to nature in winemaking, and most of the times you get rewarded quite nicely.
This is Hemel in Aarde, which translates as heaven and earth, an area where some of the finest wines in South Africa are made. The region's wine history is relatively short, but it was in the mid-1970s that it began producing the wine it's renowned for today.
This property was purchased in 1975 by Tim Hamilton Russell, who then planted different varieties of grapes. And since then, the whole sort of Hemel in Aarde area has developed and blossomed into what it is today. The wines don't make themselves, but we try and do as little as possible so that we actually get a very nice vintage expression and showcase Hamilton Russell in that vintage.
Nearby boutique vineyard Bouchard Finlayson is a popular stop on wine tours to the area and has spent more than 30 years building its global reputation.
I think the wines are true to place, and I think a lot of people recognize that they can feel the climate, they can see it in the wines. And then the other thing is consistency. If you can produce wines consistently well, it also helps to promote a wine in the long run.
One of the relative newcomers to the area, the Newton Johnson family vineyard, were established with a clear goal.
We moved here from Stellenbosch 25 years ago, looking to pursue Pinot Noir. We're a family-owned property, and basically with that, looking to try and pursue what we feel the best of Pinot Noir to come out of South Africa. The philosophy here is basically sustainable, less intervention, and basically looking for something that we feel expresses where we are more so than what we are.
In 2019, this region was added to the UNESCO Creative Cities list for its gastronomy.
Our region is really famous for Chardonnay and Pinot Noir. Some people call it the little Burgundy, and it is really fantastic. I think what grows together goes together, and for me it's about this incredible pristine environment that we have, and it's about marrying those local products which are so beautiful.
Scientist Emma Karkierk works across South Africa's wine-growing regions, creating so-called demo sites with a team of viticulturalists. Today, she's here to discuss a new project.
We are going to be planting 14 Chardonnay clones on one rootstock, and the idea with this demo is to just evaluate what clones work better at this site, which ones produce the better wines. Ultimately, that will be a long-term part of this project, will be to make wines from each different clone.
This forms part of the Gen Z Vineyard project, which connects growers to new technologies.
It aims to empower the wine growers to make informed decisions when it comes to their vineyard management practices, as well as to provide the growers with site-relevant or locally relevant information about rootstocks, cultivars and clones and how they perform on different sites.
Let's say we have an open field to plant. Normally we make holes at different parts of the block to take soil samples. And with that sample that we take, we send it into a laboratory, and then they do analysis for us on the soil.
A big part of what we do is looking at suitability of sites. So what cultivars and what rootstock cultivar combinations work the best. Where water scarcity is a challenge, then you may like to choose a cultivar or a rootstock that is a bit more drought tolerant.
Winemakers here are spared many of the water constraints that have become increasingly common across the subcontinent.
The Himalayan Arder is a really fantastic place. It's one of the most biodiverse wine regions in the world. You can see these incredible mountains that surround us, and the biome is so important to have healthy plants and to have a great vineyard. And the other thing is that we've got this wonderful cool climate. So the ocean is very close to us. It's about 7.5 kilometers away, and we have this huge mountain behind me, which is 100 meters higher than Table Mountain. Get this incredible orographic precipitation which happens because of the mountain, and also these lovely sea breezes that come in off the ocean.
And while the area is blessed with an excellent climate for winemaking, sometimes the weather doesn't cooperate.
I think the biggest challenge is the weather, because you cannot control that. You can control what you need to do every day because you can plan, but you cannot control the weather. So weather is always a challenge because we don't have control. But through the years you also learn how to cope with it, and you don't worry about the things that you cannot control.
While these winemakers are all pursuing their own blend, balancing science and tradition, together they're a community emerging as a cornerstone of the South African wine industry.
We've got a very nice community of people in the Himalayan Arder. We generally get along. Obviously, you don't have to be best friends with everyone, but if somebody needs help, the help comes quite quickly, which is fantastic.
The interaction and the cooperation is really tangible, and I think everybody understands that what is good for one is good for all.
It's been exciting to see how many visitors we have coming to visit us, and let's face it, isn't it great to sit at a table, have a great glass of wine with a beautiful plate of food with your friends around you? I mean, what could be better? And we need to bring joy to this world. That's what we're here to do.